Perfect. Thank you very much. And whereas. Good evening, everyone. I call the regular meeting to order at 5:32 PM. May we please have a roll call?
Board Member Aaron Salmon,
Present.
Board Member Patrice Sancioni,
Present.
Board Member Norma Gonzalez,
Present.
Board Member Dolores Rivera,
Here.
Board Member Dina Flores,
Present.
Student Board Member Victoria Stefan,
Here.
Student Board Member Italia Mancia,
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Alejandro Alvarez,
Here.
Dr. Julie Harrison,
Here.
Susan Ibarra,
Here.
Tamiko Lee Nolasco.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a quorum. Approval of the agenda for the regular board meeting of November 18th, 2025. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Ms. Stanzioni, seconded by Ms. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye. 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 Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Open session pledge of allegiance. Would Dr. Alvarez please lead us in the pledge of allegiance?
Please stand. Face the flag, right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Next item is a student board member comments. Board members, whenever you're ready.
Good evening.
Don Julian Elementary celebrating student success. Our middle school quarter awards and elementary student of the month ceremony will take place on Friday, November 14. Students continue to take pride in learning and leadership through classroom recognition, leadership roles, and weekly attendance challenges. Teachers completed professional learning team PLT cycle focused on analyzing iReady and formative assessments data to plan targeted all students. Our instructional focus remains in high expectations, differentiation, and student engagement as we work towards CASP growth goals. Red Ribbon Week featured spirit dress-up days, morning assemblies, and our Kona Eye celebration, all reinforcing the importance of healthy choices. Veterans Day was recognized with gratitude as we honored all those who served our country, including our very own Miss Alma Johnston. We continue to build community through campus activities, leadership programs, and student recognition events that showcase Don Julian pride. Parent-teacher conferences and report card season are underway as we prepare to close out the first trimester. Closing note, October and early November have been marked by strong community connections, student achievements, and school spirit. At Don Julian, we remain committed to our theme, Pride and Progress, lines locked in. Van Wyck Elementary School. Van Wyck is on the move. Our scholars have been working hard and have just completed their trimester first benchmark. Many of our students met or exceeded on the language arts or math benchmarks. We are working with our TOSAs during our RT1 to support our struggling scholars and celebrating those that are making progress. We are continuing to grow those amazing brains as teachers are focusing on building critical thinking skills in learning, in writing, reading, and math. Teachers have been collaborating during their PLT time to analyze that data and provide rigorous and engaging lessons for our scholars. We have also started our after-school arts class for first and second grade, as well as our 3D printing class for our 3rd to 5th graders. We also have about 20 GATE students attending our after-school GATE class every Thursday, where they are working on strategic critical thinking skills through the games of checkers and chess. We are proud of the amazing work and great things happening at Van Wyck. Go Wildcats. Sunkist Elementary. Sunkist Tigers are focused on ending our trimester strong, followed by our upcoming parent-teacher conferences. We see conferences as an opportunity to connect with our families regarding our students' learning. It is a valuable opportunity to inform families about student progress, next steps, and an action plan. Believe it or not, our TK had their second TK Parent and Family Involvement Day, as it was a great success. Our TK Tigers have come so far in the last 30 days, and this is why it's important to have these involvement days. They grow fast in a short amount of time, and sharing this with their families is the perfect time to shine. As we near the Thanksgiving holiday, Sunkist would like to take this opportunity to say happy Thanksgiving to hold your loved ones close. Bassett is fabulous community, and Sunkist is showing thanks. Edgewood Academy announcements. Over the past 2 weeks, our students have been completing their benchmark assessments. Teachers are already reviewing the data to guide instruction and ensure we continue making strong academic progress school-wide. This week, we are also holding parent-teacher conferences. These meetings provide valuable opportunities for families to connect with teachers, discuss student progress, and strengthen the homeschool partnership that supports student success. Our ASB leadership students are actively planning a winter theme event to celebrate the season and bring our school community together. More details will be shared with families soon, but the students are working hard to design an engaging and festive experience. Finally, I am proud to share that we'll be hosting our first PBIS event of the year, the Nacho Party. More than 300 students earned enough tickets and maintained positive behavior to attend. Their effort, responsibility, and commitment to our expectation truly reflects our PBIS values. Greetings from Torch Middle School, Annual Fall Festival. On Friday, November 7th, Torch hosted our annual Fall Festival. It was a huge success with students, staff, and parents coming together to celebrate fall and the beginning of the holiday season. There were performance by Torch Middle School Band, amazing talent show performance, show food vendors from neighborhood businesses, a haunted house, and festival games for students and parents to enjoy together. We want to express our sincere gratitude to our board president, Aaron Cemento, for coming to support us and celebrate with us. Children, Eli. Report cards went out. All students have a GPA of 3.5 and higher, have become a member of the Children Elite Club. Children Elites are awarded special privileges through the year in recognition for their hard work. On Thursday, November 18th, all children were invited to attend a celebrity lunch that was sponsored by Domino's Pizza. Gift cards to local restaurants were also raffled off of this event. Winter concert. Torch Middle School is home to some gifted and talented musicians that are getting excited for the opportunity to showcase the music that they have been learning to play. Our Torch Middle School orchestra is busy now rehearsing and making preparations for our annual winter holiday concert. Our ASB will be hard at work transforming our gym into a winter wonderland in anticipation of what is shaping up to be truly a spectacular event. All board members and district office personnel are cordially invited to attend our winter program on December 4th at 6 p.m.
Bassett High School. Greetings from Bassett High School. This season has concluded for some of our fall sports. Girls tennis finished their season by competing in the Marymount League prelims at the Claremont Club in Claremont. The girls advanced to the second round of CIF Southern Section and have continued a run of competing in CIF the last 3 years. Boys varsity football played in the CIF playoffs against Alhambra High School on 11/7. Cross country boys finished in first place in league play, and the girls took second after competing in the Prado Park in Tuvinishal. Bassett High School hosted our annual college and career fair this past Friday at Bassett High School on 11/7. We have our 30 guest speakers from a range of colleges and careers to come over and inspire our students with their experiences and advice, many of whom are BHS alumni. The college and career team have been working hard with our seniors to meet the December 1st CESU application deadlines. Here are some statistics for the start of November. We look forward to sharing our closest statistics with you by the end of December. Here are our current stats. 29 students have completed at least one CCC Apply application. 90 students have at least one Cal State Apply application in progress. 7 students have completed at least one Cal State Apply application. 29 students have at least one UC application in progress. 2 students have submitted at least one UC application. Amazing things are happening at BHS. We are happy to report that our current statistics on our California dashboard are trending upward. Our college and career indicated grew by 13.6%, and our English learners college and career readiness grew by 15.2%. We're excited to continue our upward. Our student climate and culture is also heading in a positive direction with a steep decrease in discipline incidents. Our entire school community will be rewarded with the lunchtime celebration for embodying the only way and believing that yes, we can, and showing respect at all times. Thank you and have a great holiday on behalf of the BHS community. Nueva Vista High School. Hello from the home of explorers. Parent-teacher-student conferences were held the week of October 27 to 30. Families met with teachers to review grade, discuss goals, and pick up report cards. During the week of October 27th, student leadership hosted a Halloween Spirit Week that encouraged school spirit. The week concluded with the Halloween costume contest, pumpkin decorating, and our quarter one assembly, celebrating academic achievements and attendance. On November 6th, Nueva Vista High School students attended a Veterans Honors presentation at Bassett Adult School. Veterans shared stories and displayed memorabilia, and recruits from various military branches spoke with students about opportunities for service. From November 5th to 14th, 11th grade students participated in the Bassett Unified School Climate Survey. This provides insight into students' safety, well-being, and engagement to support ongoing school improvement efforts. The Nueva Vista High School Career Technician Education Program is preparing to launch on December 1st. Students will work on their OSHA 10 certification to build workplace safety, knowledge, and job readiness skills. Students are also participating in the Mount SAC dual enrollment course. Introduction to library research, earning college credit, and gaining early exposure to college. Last Friday, November 14th, students participated in a school-wide field trip to the California Service Center. The entire school had the opportunity to learn more about sports and science. Looking ahead, coffee with the principal will take place on November 19th at 8:30 a.m. in room 1. And November 21 will be a minimum day for students. Holiday wishes from Nueva Vista High School. Closing these announcements, I actually wanted to talk about my personal experience at Bassett and how much it really has impacted me in so many positive ways. I know that like Bassett is really looked down on and is just talked about, but I personally think that it has improved in so many ways, not just academically, but through people and sports and activities. I know that Jaime and Lali recently went to a council, which is such a cool and amazing opportunity that I don't think many high school students have. And that's just goes to see how much support we have from our teachers and our staff, because that's just something that wouldn't really happen. And that's opportunities that we get through Bassett. And it's really impacted us. I really say us, it has impacted us in so many positive ways, really. And I can't like thank our staff and people and community enough, because it really has changed my life for the better through this big community. And I absolutely just love it. And I just wanted to add that on to the announcements this time.
Thank you. Thank you, student board members. Item 3 is public comments related to open session. The board will now hear public comments related to open session agenda items or matters under the board's subject matter jurisdiction. All public cards for both public session and open session items must be submitted by this point of the meeting. In order to conduct the public's business of the district in an organized manner for the privacy and safety of community members and to help district staff respond more directly, the board requires that public comments comply with certain procedures, including when addressing the board, speakers are requested to identify themselves and speak from the podium. Speakers may address only items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers may not reserve or grant any portion of their speaking time to other speakers. Speakers are expected to maintain order, decorum, not disrupt the meeting, or use profanity when addressing the board. Complaints should follow the district's complaint procedure before addressing the board, and speakers are to adhere to the applicable time limit of 3 minutes. The time allotted for public comment on open session agenda items is set at 20 minutes. In the event the estimated time for public comments based on the number of interested speakers will exceed 20 minutes, the presiding officer may equitably decrease individual speaking times to permit as many voices as possible. Pursuant to state law and board bylaws, the presiding officer may remove a disruptive individual from the board meeting, so long as the individual is first warned by the presiding officer that their behavior is disrupting the meeting, and failure to cease such behavior may result in removal. If the behavior does not promptly cease, the individual may be removed. In order to ensure a clear listening environment, members of the audience are requested to maintain, in order to ensure speakers can be heard, members of the audience are requested to maintain a quiet listening environment and silence electronic devices. The board is committed to facilitating the public comment portion of the meeting in an inclusive and organized manner to hear from the community in which the board serves and is accountable to. So, open, perfect. Then this is closed session. We'll start with Jaime Solis Junior.
Hello, my name is Jaime Solis Jr. I'm a student at Bassett High School. I want to start off by giving a big thanks to Dr. Alvarez, who has supported us in many different ways. And I wanted to talk about my experience at Bassett High School. As Victoria mentioned earlier today, Mr. Torres actually took us on a field trip to the La Puente City Hall, where we got to experience a mock city council meeting. And it gave us an insight on how the city hall works. And I think that's an opportunity, as she said, that isn't offered at many high schools. And that was a great opportunity for us. It's kind of similar to what we're doing right here. So I just want to thank him for that, and also thank our principal, Dr. Maldonado, and our vice principal, Dr. Galaviz, who have supported us in many ways. Speaking on our College and Career Center, I actually submitted my Cal State applications a while ago, and I wanted to thank them for that. They helped me a lot through that. I'm working on finishing my UCs, and they actually helped me complete my FAFSA in the first session that they had. So that was a really good thing that they offered. As she said, the community has really grown a lot. There hasn't been many disciplinary actions that have been needed in the past years. And that's thanks to our administration and teachers. I think I'm well-rounded when we come to school. I'm in ASB, track, cross, soccer, band, NHS, Interact, garden club, OSLC, the school site council. So I would like to say I'm very involved in school, and to be here and to be talking about my good experience at Bassett High School means a lot to me. And I wanted to thank all of you for making that possible. So I just wanted to give my thanks and just know that Bassett High School is going in a positive direction in all its ways. Thank you.
How would you pronounce that last name, sir?
Iguara.
Yeah. Enver de Guarden? Excuse me.
Evelyn.
Evelyn? No?
Oh, no, Enver. Enver? Oh, señor, this is the Spanish one. Enver. Enver Iguaran? Iguaran?
You're outside. Oh, there we go.
¿Qué quiere pasar ahí? Ahorita más le que traduzca. Pase.
And then should we give 6 minutes for the translation?
Yes.
Okay.
So. In between. La va a traducir la señora.
Ok. Buenas noches para todos.
Buenas noches.
Soy nuevo en la comunidad y en el distrito.
He's new in the community and the district.
Y en el poco tiempo que tengo aquí con mi familia,
And the short time that he has here with his family.
he tenido la oportunidad y la bendición de conocer un poco el trabajo
He had the lessons in all of the
que se realiza en Sunkist, en Touch y ahora en High School. Vemos equipos de trabajo con muchas ganas de aportar valores y oportunidades a las nuevas generaciones. Equipos de trabajo con ganas de aportar valores y oportunidades
The changes and the opportunities that happen with the new generations.
a las nuevas generaciones. Okay. Las cuales en un futuro sabemos que son las que van a reemplazarnos a todos nosotros.
Which in the future is going to replace all of us.
La juventud necesita ser guiada e impulsada,
The
rescatando los valores familiares,
the youth needs to be
rescatando los valores familiares
the principles of the family values
¿no? Y estando atentos a las necesidades del prójimo.
and be attentive of the problems.
Okay. Bueno, un joven necesita ser guiado con el ejemplo.
The youth needs to be motivated and guided by example.
Pienso que una buena oportunidad es el apoyo en el deporte.
A good opportunity is, a good example is in sports.
Ujú. En cabeza de la principal, la doctora Maldonado, y el coordinador de Community, Sergio Ortiz, les he visto una pasión y ganas de avanzar. de dejar huella y siembra para que se recojan los frutos a través presentes y a través del tiempo.
He sees everything that's having with passion and with motives and
To plant,
to
plant the seed.
yeah.
Por eso me he vinculado a trabajar con la escuela high school.
That's why he's teamed up to get.
Y como dice la palabra de Dios, por sus frutos los conoceréis. Espero que se den buenos frutos en este año.
With the word of God, he wants everything to evolve and get better.
Gracias.
Thank you. We have Sandra Ortega. Sandra Ortega.
Sandra Ortega.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenas noches.
Buenas
¿Qué tal,
noches.
Rosy?
¿Qué tal, muchachos? Bueno, buenas noches. Sí. Good evening. Quiero hablar acerca de mi experiencia en Bassett High School con mis dos hijos.
She wants to talk about her experience at Bassett High School with her kids.
Siempre quise darle la oportunidad a Bassett para ver cómo eran académicamente y cómo se iban superando mis hijos.
She wanted to give Bassett High School opportunity to see how it's progressing academically for her two kids.
Porque siempre oí muy malas referencias acerca de Bassett.
Because she always heard bad reviews about Bassett High School.
Perdieron mis hijos muchos amigos por simplemente todo esto de la mala reputación de Bassett.
Her kids lost a lot of friends just by the bad reputation that Bassett has.
Y muchos se iban, principalmente a Los Altos.
And a lot of the friends left to Los Altos.
Ahora, en esta oportunidad que le di a Bassett, vi una mejoría y un gran progreso en mis hijos y también en la escuela.
With the opportunity she gave Bassett, she's seeing that her kids are getting opportunity and progress.
Quiero también darle las gracias al señor Álvarez porque tuvimos muchísimos progresos que estaban enterrados por años en Bassett.
She wants to give Dr. Alvarez thanks for all the progress that he's done at Bassett High School that have been stuck there for a long time.
Así que también quiero decir que he animado yo como madre de la comunidad a otros padres a que también les den la oportunidad a sus hijos de venir a la Bassett High School.
Due to her experience at Bassett High School, she has given the opportunity, she spoke to other parents in the community to give Bassett High School the opportunity and the same chance that she did.
Que tiene muchas oportunidades para nuestros hijos crecer académicamente y tiene muchos recursos para ellos.
There's a lot of opportunity at Bassett High School and a lot of programs that will help them.
Y también quiero darle las gracias, bueno, a todos los que son los maestros, todo el staff, y ojalá que se va el señor Álvarez, tengamos, por favor, la oportunidad de tener un superintendente que continúe con su labor.
She wants to give the thanks to all the staff, the teachers and admin at Bassett High School, and she wishes that the new superintendent will continue to progress everything that's happening.
Sabemos que había dos proyectos que era para don Julián y Sanquis de poner un campo. Ojalá que se siga, no sé si se va a parar, pero ojalá que se siga, porque yo como madre podría decir, ya mis hijos no están en don Julián y no me importaría, pero soy parte de una comunidad que me interesa el progreso de la escuela y de los niños.
There's two projects happening at Don Julian and at Sunkist that she wishes that are still going to proceed. And she says that her students are no longer at Sunkist or Don Julian, but she's part of the community and she wants those projects to keep continuing.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Lorena Cortez. Lorena Cortez.
Hola, muy buenas noches a todos.
Buenas noches.
Comenzaré con decir que tengo más de 20 años en este distrito. Mis hijos han estado desde gesta.
She wants to say that she's been with the district for more than 20 years. Her kids started at
Amo el distrito,
She loves the
aunque
district.
desde que llegué aquí, lo primero que escuchaba entre personas del mismo distrito era que un distrito que no estaba capacitado para desenvolver alumnos que puedan ejercer una educación de calidad.
She said she loves the district, and even since she started at the district, she's heard that it's not the best
Y
place. But
yo siempre he dicho que no hay distrito malo cuando hay padres involucrados.
she always said there's no bad district if there's parents involved,
Y no hay distritos si no hay alumnos.
and there's no districts if there's no
Entonces,
alumni.
nuestro trabajo es trabajar en equipo,
And it's our job to work in a
maestros,
team.
staff en general, ustedes los miembros, el superintendente, en general toda la comunidad que queremos que lo principal son nuestros hijos y son los alumnos.
Everybody has to work
Si no hay
together.
alumnos, no hay dinero, no hay nada. Ellos son lo primordial. Entonces pienso que tienen que tener amor al puesto de cada uno que está sentado ahí, si no, eso no funciona.
Everybody has to work together, the staff and everybody, parents for the
Y
students.
sin juzgar a nadie, siento de que si se sientan en esa silla, tienen que hablar también las cosas positivas que se ven aquí, no siempre hablar de lo negativo. Desafortunadamente, muchos hablan de lo negativo y nunca se habla de lo positivo. Y les digo, en todos los años que he tenido aquí han pasado muchas personas por estas sillas y realmente creo que ha sido el mejor año que he visto que los alumnos están capacitados para poder ingresar a una universidad y para poder que si ellos quieren viajar al otro lado del mundo, nuestros hijos están capacitados para irse. Les digo, he tenido el gusto también de trabajar para este distrito y soy muy visual, soy muy observativa y en cada escuela he visto maestros y organizadores y staff que realmente aman la profesión. Porque yo he dicho que cuando una persona está sentada en una silla, no es la que se queda sentada en la silla, es la que sale a los pasillos, es la que sale a recibir a los alumnos, es la que personas como ustedes que he visto en los juegos, esas que las ven ahí, porque ellos son lo importante. Ninguno de nosotros somos importantes, ellos son los importantes.
The important ones are the staff that's walking, the board members, staff that are walking down the halls, watching the kids. They're the
Y
important ones here.
el muchacho primero que habló, soy la orgullosa mamá de ese niño. Ese niño no asiste en mi casa. Ese niño le digo, solamente le hace falta ser velador de la high school. Pero eso es lo que quiero. Y yo pienso que él les puede decir que soy una mamá que siempre he estado ahí. Perdí un poquito la habilidad de venir a este tipo de eventos por lo que se hablaba y por la negatividad que se habla, que a mí realmente eso prefiero yo dedicarme a distribuir por fuera lo positivo que yo he visto con mi historia de vida. Tengo una hija que se graduó de la Universidad de Cal State en Justicia Criminal. Tengo este niño que se me va a ir a estudiar lo que él guste. Yo le he dicho, si te tienes que ir hasta el otro lado del mundo, hasta Marte, vete. Porque lo están preparando y está preparado para eso, ¿verdad? Entonces, yo pienso que lo que debemos de hacer es agradecer a las personas que nos levantan nuestro distrito. Por ejemplo, yo hablaba esta mañana en el café con la directora, que esa alberca tenía años que nos decían que iba a estar la alberca. Mi hijo tiene una discapacidad física que le hubiera servido muchísimo esa alberca. Y estuve yo insistiendo y nunca se dio. Ahora se da, él ya se va, pero me alegra que otros alumnos se vayan a poder beneficiar. Tengo una hija con síndrome de Down, de educación, soy mamá también de educación especial. Y a mí sé que eso le va a servir muchísimo. Entonces, son cosas tan pequeñas que siempre que vas a otra parte hablan en lo negativo. ¿Por qué no hablan en lo positivo? Que estos niños están entrenando, están haciendo sus deportes. Por ejemplo, mi hijo se fue de intercambio el año pasado a San Diego. Se enamoró de la Universidad de San Diego, estuvo interactuando, fue presentador. Entonces, son pequeñas cosas que dice, ok, el distrito está funcionando. ¿Por qué la gente habla negativamente? Ahora, hace poquito también, ya se me va a acabar el tiempo. Fuimos a una corrida y se acerca una mamá y me dice, yo siempre cargo mis camisetas y todo el mundo lo puede ver, que siempre dice Bassett, en donde quiera que voy. Soy la representante. Y me dice, oh, me dice, ¿vienes de Bassett? Me dice, yo saqué a mi hijo de ahí. Y me dice, pero, y ya le empecé a decir, no, le digo, mi hijo fue a la Universidad de San Diego, le digo, es el del Drumline, le digo, es líder, se está desarrollando. Me dice, ¿en serio? Me dice, es que en aquel tiempo estaba muy mal. Le digo, nadie está mal. Si tú no te involucras, si tú no exiges por tu hijo, entonces sí va a ser mal. Cada quien va a la feria y cuenta cómo le va a la feria. Pero si solamente hay una feria y esa feria, tú quieres que tu hijo interactúe en esa feria, entonces acércate y ve quién la está organizando y exígele que tu hijo necesita tener algo donde él también se divierta, porque es parte de la comunidad. Muchas gracias. Se me acabó el tiempo. Quisiera hablar un poquito más.
Emiliano Espinosa.
Hey everyone, my name is Emiliano Espinosa and I'm here to talk about my experience here at Bassett High School. During 8th grade, right, I did tell most of my friends I was going to Bassett, and well, a lot of my other friends, they said, oh, go to Bassett. There's other schools around, like, go there. I'm like, nah, just keep it in the system, keep it there, after Don Julian, then there's Bassett, and then wherever it takes me. No, but I'm really glad I did go to Bassett High School. It's been a wonderful experience to me and really can't thank enough of the staff, wonderful principal, Dr. Alvarez, and all of you guys, all the board members. So thank you. It's changed a lot since my freshman year, and I'm really glad for all those changes, First, in my freshman year, I heard about the pool being built. I'm like, when are they ever gonna build that pool? No, but then it finally came. I was like, progress, there's change. And well, I'm really glad it's already done. Pool's there. Actually got to swim in it. It was really fun. Yeah. But really, there's been a lot of change since my freshman year at Bassett, and it's overall been a wonderful experience. I've made so many friends, so many new friends there. And I really just can't thank enough of the teachers and staff, they really helped me a lot. And it's just been a great experience overall. Too amazing. I wouldn't have chosen a better high school, to be honest, It's been real fun, real nice. And yeah, the Think Together program, they have like a lot of field trips going on there. I heard this one, they're doing Top Golf. So that's really fun. So I haven't turned in the permission slip, but I definitely am gonna go. I hope at least to go. And as well, I'm also in another club, Mesa. And they're doing a field trip there to like Cal State LA. Yeah, I think they already been there. And it was just overall an amazing time there at Cal State. I got to see the school. I got to see so many new people. And yeah, it's been an amazing experience here. So that'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you. And last for open session, Valerie Munoz, would you like to go now?
I'm taking advantage of this opportunity. So Mayor Valerie Munoz from the city of La Puente, and usually when you meet, we have our council meetings, but I'm also board member for the San Gabriel Basin Water Quality Authority, and I'm coming here with that hat, both actually. But first of all, I've had the opportunity to meet with several of the board members to talk city business, just joint ventures, but also Water Quality Authority. And I just wanted to kind of just give a general overview and also an invitation to all of the staff, board members, as well as students, especially the high school students, to the agency. So the Water Quality Authority is a special district created back in 1992. And the whole plan is to facilitate us to create our groundwater, to clean our groundwater. So provide cleaning for the San Gabriel Basin. We're one of our Superfund sites. So our agency was created by the state legislator. We don't sell water. We just secure funding to make sure that our water is clean in the valley. with primary goals is to develop, finance, implement programs for over 1.4 million people in the San Gabriel Valley. And 80% of our water here in the area comes from our groundwater, from our local wells. And we coordinate with our local, state, and federal agencies, including the EPA and the regional quality controls and the central basins to ensure that our water is secure. The reason why I wanted to kind of reintroduce this agency is because we're not known, but we have a lot of educational opportunities. There's a lot of opportunities in water. Prior to me joining this agency, I just know you turn on the water and the water comes out. That's it. But learning and understanding that there's so many cleanup efforts, there's different water conveyors, there's so much job opportunities, there's educational opportunities. If you're going into engineering, there's water engineering. And guess what? Water is life. Water, you're going to have a long-term job because people need water, right? So we like to extend the invitation at the agency for anybody who's interested, whether you're a student, a parent, an educator. We would love the opportunity to be able to come into the classrooms. Pre-COVID, we did come to Don Julian and provide in-person educational outreaches. We have shied away from that, and that's my goal, is to ensure that we have that opportunity to get back in the classrooms now. And I would like to make Bassett a priority for that funding element at the agency. So again, we've secured over $60 million from state funding, over $700 million from responsible parties. A lot of the water was contaminated by the Northrop Grumman back in the 70s. So cleanup is long-term. We've already sunset for another 30 years. I won't be on the agency by then. Hopefully one of you guys will take that place, right? But I just wanted to take that opportunity to say that. And also on the city level, we have the Grants for All Youth Program. We are hiring at the city, which we provide a livable wage and offer opportunities to gain work experience to build resume building for high school students in the city. So please apply if you're interested. And the city also has a few grants left over for the high schools. So I'm hoping any of your schools programs that are interested in funding, send the application my way and let's see if we can get some money to you guys. Great, thank you.
So that will conclude public comment related to open session. We will entertain public comment for open session in a couple items for now. Closed session, excuse me, in a couple items for now. We will now go on to a special ceremonial item for the reason why we have actually in the audience today. It's the superintendent's recognition. So the board will honor the service of Dr. Alejandro Alvarez, superintendent. But before we do that, the Board of Education would like to welcome a very special guest. Caroline Alvarez, Dr. Alvarez's wife. So, yeah, on behalf of-
Oh, sure.
Change the screen.
The camera's over here.
It's not on.
Okay.
Wait there and wait.
Sure.
Awkwardly. Are we over here? Yes, to the viewing audience at home. It's lovely to see you again. It's been such a long time.
Yes.
Well, we have Dr. Alvarez's wife, Carol Alvarez, and we do want to thank you on behalf of a very grateful board for letting your husband be with us for all these years. Just in case. I am not married, but I have a long-term partner myself, and it is difficult for at least me. I know we have, people at home, we have children, we have families. So it is hard even for me at my young age to know all of the time we spend at board meetings in the community. And I can imagine how much he dedicates as a superintendent in this district. So before we get into all the fun ceremonial things, I thought it'd be nice to have you present. I know it's often a thankless job. I'm sure you get absolutely no thanks because you're not even around here. But from what I do know, obviously education does run deep, not only being a superintendent, but yourself in your own profession. So on behalf of all of us, I think we'll have an opportunity to say thank you to yourself as well. But, if you need more, feel free.
Thank you.
So as we continue with the recognitions, I do appreciate some special guests we have in the audience. I would first like to recognize from the office of Assembly Member Blanca Rubio, Ms. Veronica Lopez.
I wasn't expecting to go first.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Veronica Lopez, District Director for Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio. Pleasure to meet all of you, Superintendent Alvarez, Board President, board members, and audience. Yeah, I had a little speech all set up.
So sorry, so sorry.
That's okay. First and foremost, thank you so much for your service to our country, Mr. Marine. Appreciate it. Thank you. That is above all. And just listening to, I'm just gonna go off script. I am so sorry. So just listening to the audience speak, and they spoke very highly of the district. From you sharing the accolades of the schools to students and parents coming. As a parent at Baldwin Park High School, when my kids were there, I was a parent advocate, advocating every single day for my students, for my kids, from elementary level to high school. At the elementary level, I advocated so that parents could have a place to come and learn and what the students were learning. Because the worst thing that I used to hear was parents don't care what their students are doing. They don't know about the homework. Well, we don't teach our parents, how are they gonna teach the students? So that was something that I was very proud that I advocated. And up to sports, making sure that they had the funding to go. My daughter was cross-country league champion, full ride scholarship to university for track. So congratulations, all of you. It's about them right now, sorry. Hearing the students speak and listening to the parents, never stop advocating for your students, never, even afterwards, because this is your community. And if you're just here to fight for your own children, then the community is not gonna move forward. You need to continue to advocating from school board members, faculty, and parents. Students, shameless plug, we do have a program it's called Young Legislators Program in our office. It's a 6-month program. You meet once a month. And we take you around the community. And the final trip is the trip to Sacramento. And there you meet other legislators. So I have business cards. I'll go ahead and give them to you. The application ends in December. So if you are interested, submit. And that is open to all students in the 48th, including Bassett, La Puente, and all those schools. So now, thank you. Dr. Alvarez. On behalf of Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio and the state of California, we're grateful for the 5 years that you provided to Bassett Unified. Testament from the parents coming and saying that this district has been improving. It's a testament to your leadership and the school board. It is, and you do hear it a lot sometimes with parents. When you hear teachers saying the school's doing good, but when you hear the testament of students saying that the district and their school and what they're learning is good, that is the word that you need to take to heart. No offense to the teachers, but yes, when students say they're proud, that is the #1 testament. So on behalf of California, and I'm grateful, Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio, Dr. Alvarez, we would like to present you this proclamation, Rezo. That Assemblywoman Rubio takes pride and pleasure in commending Dr. Alvarez for his visionary role in guiding the development of Bassett Unified School District to its current prominence and extends to him best wishes for continued success in his new role at Rialto Unified School District. Thank you.
We'll also get more pictures like after, but please go ahead. No, yeah. I forgot to say that. I forgot to say that. No, you're fine.
Can you take it? I'm gonna get you.
Not feeling good. You're in the background.
You photo bomb
No. All right, we have another very special guest who already spoke in one hat, but we'll recognize her again.
Well, first of all, I should
See you, La Puente.
have she has a nice plaque. And I Dr. Alvarez, I've had the pleasure and the honor to work with you on a few topics and future agenda items, right? For the city as well as school district. I'm a firm believer that municipalities need to work together. You know, school district, city, we're all one. The more we can collaborate and work as a unit and provide additional resources and services, it's just a benefit for the community in general. And I just want to thank you personally for having that openness when it comes to the city, as also having an open door and an open ear. And so on behalf of the city of La Puente, we have a semi-nice. Dr. Alvarez began his tenure as superintendent of Bassett Unified in 2020. And during his years, Dr. Alvarez has demonstrated exceptional leadership and dedication, ensuring that every student has access to high quality education and equitable opportunities in the community. And it's so true, hearing what the parents had mentioned and also students, that city of La Puente as well, we always we're frowned upon, like, oh, you live in La Puente? Yeah, I live in La Puente, best city in San Gabriel Valley, in my opinion. And I'll put money on it as well. But, you know, we've seen the changes in the school district and the community. I live right down the street from Bassett. So if you ever see a lady walking 3 dogs like a crazy person, that's me. I'm right down the street from the high school. So please stop and say hello as well. But I've seen so much improvements over the years at the high school, as well as the city. And again, I'm looking forward to continuing working with the school board. And that is a testament to the leadership of the superintendent and the school board, and also the teachers and the parents. Very true. Parents have the opportunities to really be involved, and you can go a long way regardless of where they say you come from. But Bassett, be proud. I'm a proud La Puente resident, been here for over 30 years. And I'm not looking to go anywhere anytime. Even if I won the lottery, still live in La Puente. Great. Yeah. I work in optometry. My code is 202020. Thank you so much. Thanks, Lori. And you know what? And I'm leaving cards too. So if you want to get a hold of me for the Water Quality Authority, they're going to be up here, okay?
Continuing with a certain group of individuals, their leader was not able to join us tonight, but we do have a message from the Bassett Teachers Association. If Madam Clerk, you'd be able to read that, please?
Yes, gladly. This is from Carla Mahaffey, Bassett Teachers Association President. Dear Dr. Alvarez, on behalf of the teachers of Bassett Unified, I want to extend my sincere congratulations as you move on to the next chapter in your career. While we are sad to see you leave, we are grateful for your service and the positive impact you have made during your time with us. We want to thank you for taking meaningful steps towards raising Bassett's teachers' salaries and beginning the long-needed work of aligning our compensation with that of neighboring districts. Your belief that no parent should want their child to attend the lowest paid school district and that teachers deserve pay and benefits that reflect their dedication and professionalism has been deeply appreciated. Your advocacy set an important foundation, and we truly hope our next superintendent carries forward the same values, commitment to equity for educators. We also commend the Board of Education for appointing a leader with your moral compass and integrity. Our district has not always been fortunate in this regard, and your steady leadership has reminded us of the importance of honesty, transparency, and doing what is right for students and staff. We trust the board will continue this standard as they work to identify someone who shares your principles and vision for Bassett Unified. Although I will not be able to attend your farewell board meeting, I respectfully ask that this message be read aloud during open or closed comments on our behalf. It is important to us that our appreciation is shared publicly as you conclude your service to this district. We wish you the very best in your new role and in all that lies ahead. Thank you again for your service, your integrity, and your belief in what our schools can become. With appreciation, Carla Mahaffey, VTA President, on behalf of Bassett Teachers Association.
And now I would like to recognize the team who works more closely than I would say even the board. Everyone who I think is here tonight, I don't know which order they would like to go, but I'd like to recognize the Bassett management team. They all made it.
Once they're here. Good evening, Board President Pimentel. Board of Education, Executive Cabinet, colleagues, students, and community. My name is Jim Arianis, Principal at Don Julian School. It is my honor to share a few words as we recognize our exiting Superintendent, Dr. Alejandro Alvarez. I've had, and most of us have had the privilege of working with you for 4+ years, which in principal years is basically a decade. So we feel extremely qualified to say that you've been steady, thoughtful, and a student-centered leader for all of us. What we appreciate most is that you never led from a distance. You showed up, you've listened, you've supported us. And when we needed tough decisions made, you made them with clarity, with empathy, and with the calmest tone you can possibly have while working with us here at Bassett Unified. I would also like to personally thank you on behalf of Don Julian for championing our new facilities, especially our new field and turf that's coming soon. Our kids will love it. Our community will love it. I think even the Gophers who used to dominate that space will appreciate the upgrade. It's truly a legacy project, and we were grateful for your leadership that you made it happen. Your support over these years has helped our schools grow, adapt, and thrive. You've encouraged us to elevate our practice, think bigger, and always keep students at the center. And that's a mark of a true leader who leads the district better than he found it. So on behalf of Don Julian, my colleagues, we want to thank you so much for everything, your mentorship, your vision, your patience. When we call you with that one quick question, would never turned out to be quick. But we thank you for your time, your effort. We wish you all the best in your next chapter as you move on. And one final message we want to leave with you as you leave Don Julian and Bassett Unified is go Dodgers.
I wrote some things, but I know me on top of my heart. So good evening, Board of Education, Extended Cabinet, our students, our families, our admin team, Dr. A. As a proud alumni of Don Julian Elementary, Torch Middle School, Bassett High School, current community member and current principal of Bassett High School, Nueva Vista, I just want to thank you for everything you've done for not just my school and my kids, but our community. Because, people come, oh, look at the pool, it looks great. From the outside, people are seeing what you've done for us, and I'm gonna cry. For me, my job is very personal, and just like all my colleagues, it's very personal because I tried twice to get back into this district, right, as a worker, not as a student, and you gave me that opportunity. You gave me that opportunity to come in at Torch Middle School, right, my first Bassett home, and now at the high school in Nueva Vista, and I just want to tell you that everything you do every day for the last 5 years has made such an impact on our kids in ways that you probably won't ever know. We have people like Jaime, Silali, all of our kids who are going on to college and career. Our college and career indicator went up, not just because of us, but because you allowed us to do the work. So I just really want to thank you for allowing my team, right, to lead. And those moments, I'm calling at 7 a.m, Dr. A. By the way, I sent you an email, I need a washer and a dryer. So all the things that we need, right? Like, I've been in 4 districts. And I've never had the access to a superintendent the way I have with you. And I worked for some great superintendents, but being able to call you and say, hey, my kids need this. And I never heard a no. I mean, if it was pie in the sky, I'd be like, well, but we could do this, right? It was always that assets lens of what can we do to make our school better. So thank you, because not only did you make our school better, but you're making our community better. So we appreciate everything you did for us. And I know Rialto's lucky to have you, but if you ever want to come back home, here we are. But thank you so much. And honestly, we appreciate everything you've done. I don't know if any of my colleagues want to say anything. But if not, we have, ours is a little small. On behalf of the Bassett admin team, we really want to thank you. And we have a little something you could take with you and you put on the Rialto wall.
I need to be in front.
Taller in the back.
Yeah, you guys. That's all right. We'll get our.
Oh, you're fine.
Can you see us?
Put that right there.
Ready?
So thank you for giving us the
Oh, no, thank you.
Like I said, best person one.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
They won't be happy until they make soft cry.
Just on Sankey's principal started to cry. She's crying.
And now for maybe a potential tearjerker. Let's hope. Are we good with, is there any more management?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, more management. Yes, please. Absolutely, yes. Is anyone, yes, management team, feel free. Yes, management team, yeah.
Good afternoon, board members and president. Friends. I just want to say thank you to Dr. Alvarez for all your remarkable leadership and for guiding me through some of the toughest moments, for helping me guide my team, fiscal services, and oh my God, I'm trying not to cry. Again, thank you for all your kindness, your guidance, your genuine respect, and for hearing me out every chance you had. And I cannot express with words my gratitude and my thankfulness of everything you've done for me and the team. I wish you nothing but success, happiness, and many blessings on your journey ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Cimental, Board of Education, and Dr. Alvarez. I'm Janelle Sanchez, the Personnel Director. It has been a pleasure working with Dr. Alvarez for the past 5 years. He has demonstrated how he puts Bassett students first with numerous initiatives. He rallied the leadership team behind accountability, which I hope will continue. I shared with Dr. Alvarez that it is everyone's goal to leave a place better than you receive it. He definitely accomplished this at Bassett. I wish you all the best in your new opportunity. You deserve it, and a shorter commute.
Are there anyone else from management? Oh, okay.
Good evening, Board President, board members, Dr. Alvarez, Superintendent, and Executive Cabinet and audience. I did have the blessing to work under the leadership of Dr. Alvarez for a short period of time. But in that short period of time, I got to revive why I'm in this business for. So to see he is an inspiration to me. And as you heard, parents, students, and staff, we are doing great things and everything because of his leadership and his vision. He is a person of a big vision for all of us. And then when first I met and I got to hear and learn about all the things that we were doing, I did question a lot of things myself, right? I have a lot of questions, and but one thing that I also admire about Dr. Alvarez is that he taught me that you gotta listen first. Just listen, and you don't make decisions without understanding what is it that we're doing. And I'm not gonna lie, I know that I have a big responsibility under my shoulders, and it is, but I also feel that he
set the roadmap for me in the role that I have at the district. And he's a testimony and really gave me all that inspiration. Why am I in this business? And I'm in this business because I'm part of this community. I relate to the community, and it makes me so proud to see somebody that I can relate to that is successful and that is leaving behind a legacy to our community. And that's going to be my job, Dr. Alvarez. Know for sure that that legacy will continue. And I'm sure I'm going to be reaching out to you to ask for maybe, I'm doing this. Is this the right decision? I think as one of the parents said, yes, our job is not just being sitting at our chair. It's also going out and observing and asking questions. And I hope that it is my intent, and I'll definitely continue your legacy. But thank you so much. Thank you, as Martha mentioned too. You have that great talent to make us all feel you have something, you're valuable, and you bring the better of us. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support.
So unlike most of our management team here, I'm probably the only one that Dr. Alvarez inherited by no choice. In fact, when he came, I think I had only been in the position for less than a year. We just survived a pandemic, had to reopen schools, and we had a superintendent that had just left, and I was in mortal fear. But I just want to thank Dr. Alvarez because I've learned so much from you and helping me to grow. And he didn't have to continue to entrust in me and believe in me that I can be successful in my position. And here I continue to push forward because of his confidence in me. It really helped me grow. In fact, every year on May 15th at 8 o'clock, I'd go home and I'd say, I didn't get noticed. I made it. But Dr. Alvarez, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you. I know that you're leaving to Rialto, but I'm not so sad. You're 3 exits away from me. I wish you much success, and I hope that I know that your new team will see in you the same quality and value that you brought to our leadership team.
President Simmons, members of the board, executive cabinet, community, Dr. Alvarez. I was not planning to speak tonight because I'm a crier. I don't want to cry. I've had a long day, but I do want to say thank you for taking a chance on me 4 years ago, knowing all the garbage of my life and still taking me on. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you always listening to my crazy ideas and embracing my vision of inclusion in Bassett and making our special education team stronger. So I appreciate that. I don't know who will let me do El Jefe on a shelf or make a pair of socks with your face on them and wear them, or all the other crazy things that I have gotten you to go along with. But I sure hope that I see an elf on LinkedIn in the next month in Rialto. I did request that Alex pass on the elf and she told me no. So if you need a second one, I'd be happy to cricket it for you. But thank you and good luck in Rialto. I listened to your board meeting last week. Your board seems lovely, but I was just, kind of hoping they were going to say no. They went on and on and on and on. Your meeting went very long, so good luck. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, President Cemental, board members, cabinet, community. Dr. Alvarez, 2.5 years. It's been 2.5 years that for me here at Bassett. And switching from the site leadership to district leadership, I always in my mind is like, how can I switch that roles and work for an entire district with great leaders right here? And you give me this opportunity. And When I walk in, I'm like, okay, what the person before me did? It's like, it was no person before you. You are the first director of student service because Dr. Alvarez came up with, with this position. You're very open to all the idea to put students first. With your leadership, with your guidance, with the support from the board, we are an example of the implementation of a complete mental health, social emotional learning in the entire county of LA. We've been recognized for that programs that we have. Every school site today have a wellness space, provide support, direct support for our students because of your leadership, because you believe that, because you were behind that. We are not done yet because I'm not gonna let you leave without getting through the next big steps, your dream for Bassett, which is having a health clinic on our campuses. It's coming, and I know the TV here will support it. And yes, I will talk to the board to send you a very special invite to make this, when this dream come true, because you always wanted to support our community, to support our staff and our students. Again, thank you for your leadership, for your guidance, for the opportunity, and for supporting our students and think about our students as a whole. Thank you so much.
Is anyone else? You don't have to.
Yes, otherwise, okay, yeah, let me go.
President Seamantel Board of Education, Dr. Alvarez, Cabinet, and guests. I just want to take this opportunity to echo most of what we're hearing tonight, and that is that Dr. Alvarez has created a space for us where we can bring the best to Bassett and make change for our students. And I know you've seen that happen in the time that he has been here, whether it's from our wellness spaces, what he was able to do when we brought together kind of the turmoil that we were in when he first landed. And I've had a lot of conversations with the staff here. And I want to just thank Dr. Alvarez for taking a chance on me to come to Bassett Unified. It's very scary to leave a place that you've been for over 20 years. And I hesitated to apply just because I was so entrenched in my home district. But then I learned about this individual named Dr. Alvarez that led Bassett Unified. And they said, if you want to learn how to be the best, that's who you need to be with. And I came over, I took a chance, and I just want to thank Dr. Alvarez for bringing me in and for teaching me in the last year and a half what it is to be a quiet, calm leader that really can quell the storm and then put our ship back in the right direction. And I know a lot of us feel like the wind is kind of out of our sails right now, but I can guarantee everybody in this room, our parents, our community, our staff, all our families, that our ship is pointed in the right direction. And although we might feel a little bit of a lull right now, I know with the backing of our staff and our parents and our community and the foundation that you've made for us, Dr. Alvarez, that we're going to be able to get that wind going again and continue to sail, because that's what we have to do for our students. We're so proud of the work that is happening in our schools with our leaders. We're so proud of our students, and we're hearing them tonight tell us what they're doing and where they're going. And the fact that now, like, we're shining and we have to continue to shine. So I just want to thank you for taking a chance on me. I think we all kind of feel that way, except for Tamiko, who's already here, who you inherited, but what a blessing she is. I will say your ability to pull teams together is remarkable. Your ability to spot talent. When Susan came on board, I was like, oh, this is going to be good, because you recognize in people what we don't always recognize in ourselves, and you can pull that out. And I think we've heard that from everybody here tonight, just the idea that you see talent
in people where they don't always see it for themselves. You see opportunity in places that people don't always see opportunity. And not only do you see it, but you know how to bring it about. And I do believe that the team you've created here, like, I know that we're going to be able to carry the work that you're doing. And I know that part of the reason we feel confident that we can move forward is because we know you believe in us. And we know that you believe that we can do the work. Look at this team. What a great team to be a part of. And our hope for you is that you have the same support and team in Rialto. Our hope is that when you land there, that you will.
I said no.
They're like, yeah. Because you deserve that, but we also know that you're gonna see opportunity for that district, and there are students there that need you. And our students here, we're ready, we're moving, and the students out there and the staff that need you, they're very blessed to have you. And we're gonna be calling you a lot, so I hope you don't mind. Like, yeah, Tamika's gonna stop by. I'm gonna be calling, she's gonna be stopping by. But again, we just thank you for your leadership and continuing to believe in us as we move.
Thank you.
So. This is weird. Good evening, board. Board President Cimental, Executive Cabinet, Dr. Alvarez. I had to write it down because I can't. First of all, thank you for giving me the chance 3 years ago to come and be here at Bassett, which I so love. I'd like to take a moment to express how truly grateful I am for the 3 years we've worked together. Serving as your administrative assistant, senior administrative assistant, has been one of the most meaningful experiences of my career. Thank you for the abundance of knowledge you've shared with me, the patience you've shown through every challenge, and the guidance that has shaped me both professionally and personally. I'll carry those lessons and memories with me. I'll always cherish the little quirks, the inside jokes, and unique moments we created along the way. They made even the busiest days memorable. Beyond our day-to-day work, I've been deeply inspired by the impact you've made on our district. The positive changes you've implemented, the growth and the stability you've brought are seen everywhere. Everywhere. You drive through Bassett and it says Dr. Alvarez. You go into the schools and you see Dr. Alvarez's work. In the schools, among staff, and especially in the students and community you serve. Your genuine care, compassion, and unwavering commitment to students have always shown through. It's clear in the decisions you've made, the support you've offered, and the way you continually put their needs first. The difference you've made will last far beyond your time here. While I am saddened to see you go, really sad, do not want you to go. I'm genuinely happy for you as you begin this next chapter. You left a legacy of positivity, progress, and heart, and I'm honored and proud to have been a small part of your journey. Wishing you all the success, joy, and fulfillment you deserve. You will be deeply missed. Rialto is getting a good.
And last and not most importantly, of course, is us. This reads in honor of, to honor your service to education. On behalf of a grateful community, the Board of Education thanks you and your dedication to our schools and congratulates you on your new journey. To Dr. Alejandra Alvarez, Superintendent of Schools. We will all give our remarks in just a short while. I'm wondering, do we want him to go first or us to go first? What do y'all think? I'm thinking let's us go first, just so we can get over with and let him say one last hurrah, and then we have snacks. But then we'll take pictures and stuff. But thank you. I guess I'll start. I'll start us from this way. I will read my thing and then I'll give it to you. What do I have here? We also, yeah, we have seats if anyone wants to take. We have 2 more seats up front. Anyone want to sit next to the mayor? She's lovely. I'd be Oliver. Well, I guess it would be just our comments for him.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, for me, my time with Dr. Alvarez began actually in the mini conference room just down the hall. My first time I had ever been there actually was when I was being interviewed by an investigator when I was a senior in high school. This was a time when I was suspended pending expulsion for my student activism. And it's that experience that has really propelled me to be here to this day. In that time, our first meeting in the conference room, you were doing my Brown Act orientation as a candidate. By that time, I was already 6 years familiar with the Brown Act as a PC commissioner. But still in that space, I still admit I felt a bit out of place, even though I've been with the district, never really left. My concern running has always been my age and experience. But I felt immense support from you in my onboarding as a board member, from CSBA conferences to the Masters in Governance training to answering my thousands of questions all throughout the week. Learning the totality of district functions, the finances, the operation, the academic, it's been so much. But whether it's been for my brief little 5-minute chats to hour-plus conversations in your office or my commute home, I always thank you for being supportive and accommodating for me as I continue my education into this momentous role. Your availability to answer my inquiries, to be receptive to my advice and counsel, it's been so much for me to give back to my community. I truly couldn't do this without you. I give you my sincere appreciation for respecting and honoring the position and rank that I hold, despite what my age and experience suggests. To be someone from this community to sit on this board on the other side of the table to now hold the gavel, truly would not be able to do it without your support as well. It's kind of reversed from, I'm sure, the support your team gets, but truly everything that you've expressed, he shares it with us on our side as well. It's been an honor, especially as board president, to work with you super closely. When you called me that very faithful Sunday morning, I was absolutely devastated. But of course, greeted it with congratulations, and I truly am happy for you. I think Bassett is definitely in a far greater position that it is now than when you found it. I am comforted in knowing that we have an incredible team here to lead us in whatever is ready for us next time. I'm not gonna say that. I'm like, should I say that? I'm being salty to Rialto, but you know, they're getting someone good. I'm like, do I say it? No, I guess I will. But no, it's fine. But I know you'll continue to be a resource to me, whether you like it or not. I too will be bothering you, especially as we, especially as the board goes into this new function of recruiting. So I do appreciate everything from joining during the height of negotiations to more recently with misleading rhetoric. Everything you've shown has been nothing but a strong character committed to excellence in education, our student motto. Granted, no one's perfect. I'm not, you're not, none of us are. We disagreed at times, we reconciled, we've agreed to disagree, but in a whole, in my view, you have been impeccable leadership, integrity, and honorable service to our community. You set a very high standard, and as everyone's talking, it's really sitting in like, damn, it's gonna be hard to find someone to replace this guy. But I am super happy to know that this sentiment that I'm feeling personally is corroborated by our community, by our teachers, by our staff, by our parents. And you know, there might be some people, you know, with their different perspectives, they're entitled to that. But I know your reputation will continue as a great school district leader. Even my first conference, your reputation preceded you. It seemed like everywhere I walked throughout California, there's like, oh, you have Alvarez, you have Alex. Wow, I'm like, who is this guy? And I know, I guess Rialto will, they'll enjoy that. So at least for myself, before I pass it on to my rest of my colleagues, from a Bruin, I know you're a Trojan, but from a Bruin, and a Tiger, and a Trojan, and an Olympian, I will very much miss you. And I thank you for your help.
I remember the first day I met you. You walked into this very room, you sat at the desk, you were impeccably dressed. And I thought, is he married? But Seriously. He spoke eloquently. Obviously, we hired him. But going back, we have to thank you for your service because without you and other men like you that have dedicated your lives in service, I don't know where we'd be. I want to congratulate you on your new position. I hope it goes well, but kind of not. And I'm really happy for you because your drive is going to be shorter. And hopefully you won't have somebody that calls you early in the morning and gives you a short phone call that lasts 45 minutes. We've all seen, everybody can talk to you, and I think we all see the same thing. You're a family man, and bringing that kind of heart is really significant. I have never seen a tribute to a superintendent like this, and I've been around since I started coming to board meetings in high school in the 70s, early 70s. And no matter how many superintendents have come and gone, nobody's had this kind of tribute. That says something. And I hope that you guys understand how incredibly rich that is. Your kind, gentle demeanor has graced us. And I would choose so much happiness and success. And I told myself this is going to be really short because you'd be really, really surprised. But I do wish you the best. And I know your wife will be really happy. And just meeting her, a whole nother story. Meeting her, I knew that he was a good man because you can always tell by the women they marry, and they're just the cutest couple. And that says so much because it goes back to that heart. And I think that's what we need here. Because you can have anybody that can, do the business, but as long as you have somebody who cares, it means everything. So thank you and good luck. And it wasn't long, right?
Okay, so I think we started working almost exactly a year ago together. And so as being the newest board member on the board, and Dr. Alvarez just kind of took me under his wing and really opened doors, to me coming as an educator, as a community member. This was all new to me, but there was something about Dr. Alvarez that really calms you. And so I knew that I was in good hands. I knew that, try not so hard not to cry. I knew that we were gonna be okay and that this beautiful community that I love, that I'm a part of, that I graduated from, was in good hands. So we promised to take care of it. Thank you for everything that you've done for us. The students appreciate you, the staff appreciates you. We appreciate you. So just know that you really made an impact in this year that I've been here, working with you. I've seen what a true leader is. I've been able to see what a man with integrity, with kindness, with openness is supposed to look like. So thank you so much for everything that you've done for Bassett. You will be always remembered.
Bassett, we kind of got you on a weird way. Interviews, and for some reason his didn't go all the way through the last step. But our legal department at that time had seen his application and said, I got a great guy for you. He's here. I know you didn't have an appointment. Could you sit down for another, 15 minutes and meet with him? And he's really great and this and that. And I said, oh, okay. We'll do it. Well, as soon as he came in, it just felt different than what the others were. And the way he answered his questions, very quiet, but very precise, remember? Very to the point, very honest, very true, telling us what he could do, what he can, or, what to expect, what, was it going to be possible? So it was a refreshing tone because everybody when they go to the job, oh yeah, I could do that. Oh yeah, I could do that. Because we've had other superintendents. Yeah, I could do that. And never gets done. Like the students had said, they've been waiting for a pool for a long time. We've had the bonds to do that pool, but they weren't listening. So he has come and built the pool. He, at first he came in shy, but he went in, then we got him with the parents. And the parents are so proud of him. And he brought in this one Consuelo kick push that was working with them and educating them and also, working with the parents. And they came up with the saying, and the parents say in Spanish, yo soy Bassett y Bassett soy yo. I am Bassett and Bassett is me. And that reminded me of the parents that just came and spoke. If they're not involved, your kids aren't gonna succeed no matter if, even if you have the best of schools. Because the parents need to be involved and push the kids in what you're doing. But you remind me of a president, Teddy Roosevelt. I speak softly, but carry a big stick. And you do. You do, because I've seen a lot of workers and said, oh, don't get him mad. I said, does he yell at you guys or anything? Oh, no, just what he tells you or the way he says it, you know he means business now. So yeah, that's what you remind me of. Very honest, very transparent. And it was my honor to work with you. You are the second superintendent who has gotten this much of a reception. The last one was, I don't want to say my age, but quite a lot of years ago. That was Mr. Watanabe.
Yeah.
Who the Watanabe Center is named after, may he rest in peace. He came from the ranks up and he was a good superintendent for a short time, but he did a good job. And you're not like him. You're your own person, but you came and you did what you needed to do. And you did it, and you're leaving us in the middle, but it's great. The rest of us will follow it. But you did build a great team. The principals are great, teachers are happy, students are learning and happy going to school, and your management right here is doing a great job. So thank you so much for all the work that you have done with us and for your honesty and transparency.
Thank you.
Okay, this is gonna be tough. So, first of all, Caroline, thank you so much for sharing and with us, allowing him to come out and play with us. I know it was hard, those long nights when he's here till like 6, 7 o'clock at night, those long board meetings. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. I do remember the first time I met you. Okay, I want to recognize and thank you so much for everything, an appreciation for your leadership and your service to Bassett. I'm gonna miss calling in the morning. Can I be your conversation into work? Can I be your conversation home? You've always been available for a quick conversation, even as dumb as it was at times, or at times when, can you tell me this? I know it's on the weekly, but can you tell me this? I couldn't make you a Niner fan, but you did have the following. When Dr. Alvarez first came, he came in November of 2020. I started my first term as board member December of 2020. And I used to tease him, I used to tell him, I didn't hire you, I inherited you. Because 2 of my colleagues here were on the hiring team. But as to echo my colleagues' consent, it really has been an honor and a privilege to work alongside a superintendent who has led this district with integrity, professionalism, and a steadfast focus on what matters most, our students. And the evidence is here today as they basically share their experiences here in Bassett. So it works. Your commitment to doing what is best for our young people is evident in every decision that you have made and every initiative you have championed. Your dedication to this district and to the success of every student has been unwavering. When I first sat in this chair, what was the first thing I told you?
HVAC.
The HVAC. And the HVAC and that aquatic center. Well, no, I wanted a swimming pool. He just went beyond and said, well, no, we're gonna have an aquatic center. Okay, so down the street, got nothing on us. So as I reflect on the accomplishments, the best way we can honor all your work is by continuing to move forward together, united as a team, supporting one another. We are here for you. The board is here for you. You helped us upholding the leadership path that you helped establish for Bassett.
I hope that as a community, we could take this moment to express our gratitude for his contributions and wish you continued success in your next chapter. And you've heard it all. If you expected all of that. The positive impact that you have had on Bassett will continue for years to come. The best way we can honor his legacy is to continue sailing in the right direction. So, and it is so emotional to hear all the good feelings of the students, the parents, management team, all the team here. It is great. Get together stuff. Thank you, Dr. Alvarez, for everything. And to Rialto, if you're out there listening, I am gonna be salty, okay? Better take care of them. If not, we're done. Bassett Board is coming. You're getting the best. You are getting the best, Rialto. I remember when I walked at the cash conference, right? To echo what Aaron said, I'm walking down these aisles here and everything, and he's walking with us. You're Dr. Alvarez? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. It's like, I felt like I was, God, Taylor Swift got nothing on him. He's a superstar, you know? He was just amazing, and everybody, your reputation goes beyond Bassett, beyond, all over. And I think it's great, and we were so very blessed to have you, and we wish you well, and that's it. That's all it is.
The door will always be open and you're welcome back.
Superintendent comments, Dr. Alvarez.
Board President, members of the board, staff, community, everyone here. It's just, 5 years been here. Bassett has become a home to me. I love Bassett. So I first want to thank the board that hired me back in 2020. I know there was a lot going on at the time and you were looking for certain characteristics within the superintendent. And of everyone you interviewed, those that were at the board at the time picked me. And I thank you for the opportunity to serve Bassett, especially over the last 5 years. They may have hired me, but all of you have chosen to keep me. So I really do appreciate that. From the past board members to the current, I think it was mentioned, there's only 2 board members here now that originally hired me, Ms. Danzioni, Mrs. Rivera. So thank you for your continued support throughout the time here. Working with all the different board presidents. Mr. Cimental, I've enjoyed our time together working. I think you bring in a fresh new perspective to governance, protocol, attention to detail. We may be from different generations, but I think at the end we both want the same thing. And I really appreciate working with you on how we get there. So thank you very much. My phone is always there. If you want to give me a call, a text, always. I know that you always have the best intent for Bassett students and the Bassett staff. So thank you. Ms. Danzioni, thank you for always supporting me. A lot of conversations we have had on how to move the district forward. Your emphasis and focus on the arts is an important piece that goes along with the whole child education, not just the academics. So I really thank and appreciate you always pushing that for our students, not just at the elementary, at the high school, talking about the theater, bringing back performances and everything else that goes with the performing arts. I do really want to thank you and appreciate you, and then that should continue as the district moves forward. Ms. Gonzalez, I know we've only worked for about a year, but I do appreciate your openness in our conversations about the district, the things that we've had to overcome to get where we are now and moving forward. As an alumni of Cemental District, I know you come with a unique perspective of going through all the schools, all the way through high school and graduation. And so I know that you're coming from a genuine heart of not just a community member, but as an alumni and what you want to see. I think all of you have seen the challenges the district's gone through, so you come in, but your unique experiences and within your own professions kind of brings that. So I just want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity and entrusting me with what we're doing and asking questions and allowing me the opportunity to be transparent in what we're doing, why we're doing it. And I always, for all of you, I'm always open to suggestions, and I appreciate you. Dolores, Mr. Rivera, thank you very much for the last 5 years working with you, whether it be our phone calls as well. I appreciate that you invited me over for breakfast with our team. Thank you for lunch. I really do appreciate it. Your wealth of knowledge of the district, as long as you've been on the board members in 4 terms.
Well, yeah, 4 terms.
Yeah, 4 terms, yeah. Really puts a lot of perspective on things of why certain things are, or why they have been, and why they need change. And so I always have appreciated that from you, and just your openness always to work with me. So thank you very, very much, and always calling me, giving me heads up on things. So thank you. Board Member Flores. Yes, I'm sorry, I'll never be a 49ers fan. But I always think of you when I see them play. Like you said, we both kind of came at the same time. And I know your emphasis, your biggest emphasis has been on facilities, and I hope that everything that we've done together as the board and myself has really met those expectations with the HVAC and the pool. The gym HVAC almost complete, will be done by December, which I think is the last piece of all the different projects we talked about when I first got here.
So that means you can't leave till December.
But I do want to thank you for always supporting me. We do masters, and you took the masters in governance as well. And really, for all of you who's taken the masters in governance, taking your role seriously, and I think working as a team has really made the difference for the district and for me, and really enjoying working here in Bassett. Like I said, I love Bassett. It's like a home for me. And so as far as I just really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. And even the board members who are no longer here, I do want to thank them for either taking a chance on me or the time I did work with them. I have really appreciated the perspectives. My executive cabinet team, Dr. Harrison, I appreciated her wealth of knowledge at high school background and bringing the first perspective into the academics and kind of helping guide me through some of the areas that we need to spend more attention on, and simple things that maybe that I didn't know or that we missed. And so I do want to thank you for bringing in that perspective, working together. You also have a very calm demeanor and as we talk and as we have conversations. And so I just want to thank you in your transition here the last year and a half, working together, and really there's a lot. I think one of the things that some people don't realize about being in a smaller district, and just so people kind of know if you don't know. So I come from a district, my first half of my career, it was almost 43,000 students. My second district, we started about 25. So coming to Bassett, one of the unique challenges in being a small district is you have to wear multiple hats. Middle management is almost non-existent. But the work. I get an amen. I think you did. And so one of the challenges, you have to wear multiple hats. And I think one of the biggest challenges or difficulties is, especially in net services, and we can always thank the state for coming up with new plans for us to have to write, is the amount of plans and check-throughs and accountability that comes with those plans. And so I do want to thank you for all the work and effort you and your team put together, and not just putting them together, but actually being very conscious of what goes in there, working with the site principals, parents, whether it be the LCAP, and there's just tons of other safety plans. I mean, you see them all. It's just a lot. So I do really thank you and your attention to detail on all that. Ms. Ibarra? Thank you. I know it's been a short term, but I think you are a breath of fresh air for our district and our finances. Your wealth of knowledge has really already started to make an impact. And so I do want to thank you for choosing to apply for Bassett and coming here. I think your leadership, especially in the business division there. It's gonna go a long way with our district and moving it forward. One of the things that is always difficult, and here it's been for a long time, we had a lot of turnover. It hasn't been as much, and so that's allowed for some consistency and people really being able to train someone in their role and learn from that role and continue to develop versus always having to train someone new, and you're trying to implement something and you're like, well, I gotta train again, or I can't implement this yet because we have someone new coming. And so those are all the challenges, and but I strongly believe and know working with you, Ms. Ibarra, that the district's finances are in good hands, are in great hands. And moving forward with the facilities projects, definitely as well. So thank you. Tamiko, I always called her my boss. Boss lady. I call her my ride or die. She was here, only one of the few that's really still here when I started. In my presentation later, I'll talk about where we were and where we are. But I do want to thank you for always listening to me, talking me off the ledge sometimes. You were always, well, you couldn't kick me out of your office, but being patient with me as I talk to you and bounce ideas off of you, things I wanted to do, how to do it. Obviously, one of the challenges for someone coming in from outside the district is knowing, contract language, policies, procedures, and learning them. So I really appreciated Tamiko taking the time to tell me, no, you can't do that. Are you sure you want to do that? I don't know. Let me think about that. Can you sit on it for a minute? But we had a lot of great conversations. We've been through a lot. So I just, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for the last 5 years and your support and as we kind of navigated through some difficult times. So thank you very much. The extended cabinet team, obviously everyone who's here. I think, let's see, trying to see, I know Gamal, Gretchen. I know Jason's in class, Mr. Angle. But everybody here, Mrs. Stevio, student assistant Dave, I think Dave's out there. Just everyone, sorry if I forgot your name. It is a great team. Everyone's here because they have a big heart and they want to do right by the students and the community. So I just want to thank you all for putting up with me sometimes. I know some of you maybe wished I would have answered a lot quicker, but as you heard earlier, I take my time in processing. I have that time because decisions we make can have a big impact to our students and our staff. And I just think we always should take some time to process what we're doing and get input. But thank you very much for all of your supports. Principals, thank you. Thank you very, very much. Probably one of the most ungrateful jobs. I know that when I was a principal, I always hated the district office. I was like, what do they know? But I do want to thank you for all the work you've done here. You've pushed your staff, you've pushed yourselves in raising the bar for our students. We continue to hold them at the high expectations and make sure everyone else hold our students to the highest of expectations. When our students leave here, it's hard to find someone who really nurture and coddle. The real world sets in when you leave high school. And so I will thank all of you for balancing, preparing them for post-high school graduation and also finding ways to support them as they navigate through our educational program and the services, whether it be just in the academic part or the social emotional, and even supporting families that need support outside just the regular K-12 education, where they're struggling financially, things going on in their home. We never know what people are going through. And so always having that openness and that big heart to support them as well. So thank to all of you. Ms. Mahaffey, President of BTA, all of BTA, Mr. Covington, Mr. London. I mean, I could go on and on, but I'm very touched and appreciate your kind words in the email. It means a lot to me. I know the first couple of years may not have been the smoothest, but I also came from a position of understanding, trying to understand and then understanding what's happened in the past, what they've gone through. and really try to, put myself in their shoes. And so I did what I could do, what I felt I could do to best support our staff while supporting our students. And so I just do, from the bottom of my heart, I do thank you for your kind words and your message. It really is appreciated. I know Mr. Carrillo's at a conference right now with the tech team, but I also want to thank him and his team, all the CSCA staff. I've appreciated working with them as we problem solved a lot of things that they felt weren't right, weren't just, and some of the things that were happening. And so I do appreciate their openness to always working with me. And sometimes we didn't agree, but we disagreed respectfully. And that's the only way for me is how do you move forward if you can't disagree respectfully and always try to find common ground. So Mr. Carrillo, I really thank you. And I know that both CSCA and DT are in good hands, are in great hands. To the Bassett community, a las familias de Bassett, los que hablan español, agradezco todo lo que han hecho en apoyarme a mí, al distrito, la mesa directiva, a los empleados, maestros, los que cuidan, los que limpian, los que dan de comer, a los alumnos, a todos. Les agradezco mucho su apoyo durante los últimos 5 años aquí en el distrito. Espero que ven el progreso que ha pasado los últimos 5 años con el distrito. Ven que la alberca se ha completado, los climas de los salones, los pastos, estacionamientos, todo que hemos hecho usando los fondos que ustedes aprobaron para mejorar las estabilizaciones, las escuelas. Quiero que sepan que yo tomé muy serio cómo se usan los fondos para que los usemos para cosas que van a estar aquí más de 5 años, 10, 20, que van a estar para sus hijos y los hijos de sus hijos. Entonces, muchas gracias siempre por su apoyo. To the Bassett community, I just want to thank you for your ongoing support during my 5 years here in Bassett. And not just mine, but I think for me, it's also the support of the staff, the teachers, the custodians, the security, the ladies in the cafeteria, everybody, our principals. Without your support, Bassett wouldn't be Bassett. And so I just want to thank you and appreciate you giving me the opportunity to be stewards of the district's funds, especially when we're talking about our bond funds and how we've invested them in projects that you could see. Obviously, the swimming pool, we did the RECs. I mean, I'll go through the list as well, but I just do want to thank you for your trust in me. I've always tried to make sure that your tax dollars, especially with bond funds, are maximized and used so that it's something that not only your children, but your children's children will benefit as well and can use. So thank you for that. I do want a special thank you to our CBOC committee, Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Sorry, I have a list there. I know that there was no trust in the district and how bond money was being used. And it took a lot of sessions, to just begin to reestablish that trust. Always open to whatever they wanted that we could provide for them legally, we would provide for them, helping them understand their roles as citizen committee members. And I know it's difficult because you may not agree with certain projects, but as long as they fund with the bond, or they may say that costs too much. But I do appreciate them always willing to listen to us and, eventually really developing that trust in us and the transparency we provided with them. I think we've come a long way. Obviously, sometimes we still disagree on cost of things, but at the end of the day, it is a process that we follow legally, and that's what we bring forth. PTA, to all the site PTAs, PTA presidents, all the staff that participated in PTA and help. I just want to thank you for your ongoing support to our students in fundraising for extracurricular activities or whatever the site may need, teachers may need. Your support for our students is not unnoticed. So thank you to all our PTA. The Bassett students, never let anyone tell you you can't do something. because you will experience that in your life. Don't listen to that. Just keep pushing forward and persevere. I know I've mentioned my children here, and especially my daughter, just as a young lady going through engineering at the university and being, I think she told, I can't remember, 6 of 400 in a class of engineering. And sometimes it wasn't very welcoming for her. So just make sure you never let anyone set you back. Stay focused, and even if you fall down, get back up and keep pushing forward, because you can do anything you want. Set your mind to it. So and that goes to everyone, all our. Opportunities will always present themselves, and take advantage of them. And that's one of the things I've really tried to work with my team here, is present our students with every opportunity possible, and making sure they take advantage of it. To our senior administrative. And so I know, Alexandra, that been about 3.5 years, yes. I really appreciated working with you. Sorry about my quirkiness sometimes, my OCDs, but I will miss you. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything, and supporting me, and putting up with me, and messing with the board agenda, and me going in, telling you to do something, and then me going and doing it anyway. Actually, that goes for all of you, I know. All of you. 5 minutes later, I'm doing it. So I do apologize for that. I know, Carla, I know you filled in for a while. I really do. Thank you. I appreciate you helping me out when there was that void there. So thank you very, very much. Even Miss Rojas, and her time here, I do appreciate it. It's just, it's just so many people here. It's made my transition feel great. It really was. And obviously, my family, from my wife always supporting me, the late nights, conferences, being away, board meetings, football games, special board meetings on Saturdays. She appreciates the dinner quiet time phone calls. So thank you for that. But thank you very much. I appreciate you. I'm always supporting, and our kids, I know, coming into these roles, for anyone in management, as you move up, you're away from home more and more, and there's a lot of missed opportunities from a simple, I don't want to say a simple, but people see it as just another baseball game, but it's not. And so for my kids, I love you guys. I love my kids, my wife. Just thank you very much. It's just come along. I've always tried to instill that with my team. If you need to get away, families always comes first, and we got your back. And to my parents, my mom and my dad, I know they're not listening. If they were, I'll just say it in Spanish. Mamá y mi papá. Gracias por siempre apoyarme. He tratado de vivir mi vida como un ejemplo que ustedes me han dado. Siempre apoyando a otros, a todos, dándoles oportunidades que ustedes dieron a otros, viniendo a este país. Y espero que siempre estén orgullosos de mí. Y siempre haré todo lo posible para seguir ese sentido de orgullo por ustedes. So with that, have a happy. Was there another comment, or this is this? No.
I mean,
well, I just want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving coming up, and then the upcoming holidays. So thank you very much. Thank you.
now do some pictures and break out for a recess for some refreshments I think we have. So thank you for being here. Let's celebrate them, and we'll be out for like about 15-20 minutes, and then thank you.
Go to the ladies' room first.
We'll reconvene from the recess. Item number 6 is board member comments. If there's anything further, Ms. Flores?
Well, again, I'd like to thank everybody that attended and thank you to the mayor of La Puente, Valerie Munoz, and to Ms. Veronica Lopez, representing Assemblymember Rubio's office for being here. This was really, really great. It seems like it's been forever since we had our last board meeting, but it actually only been about 2 weeks. So, just been doing a lot. Work has been crazy busy. But I did get to attend the La Puente, the Veterans Day celebration, which was very, very nice. It's always so nice, and like thank all our service people out there for all they do. We are sitting here because of what they've done. Thank you, Dr. Alvarez, for your service, and maybe you did Marines, right? Marines. We have members of the community that also served, and really just appreciate them all. Kind of short comment. I think. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Bassett, for always being so awesome.
Ms. Rios?
Good evening, Bassett community. I just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving and letting you know that we are on the move and we're going to continue because he has set, Dr. Hours has set an example for us in the road ahead. So we're going to continue on that same road that he has led us to. And so thank you, everybody that came and spoke about Bassett and how we're going up and our students are doing great. They are. And I've seen them at school and I've seen them walk into school and home and the sports, and they are doing great. I'm very happy that we are moving along and advancing, and we will continue. So have a happy Thanksgiving, and thank you to all the veterans that served so that we could be here in the land of the free and the brave. So thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank the veterans for their service and everything that they do. And I love doing my veterans lessons in the classroom. That's always great to see, you know, my students really appreciate the sacrifices that our veterans have done. Overall, I just want to say that I am thankful. I am thankful for this Bassett family. I will say it always, we're small but mighty. I am thankful for being surrounded by people that are full of integrity, full of honesty, full of transparency. It really, you know, they really make you want to be here and do better and make a difference for our students. And it's happening. And every single one of the persons, community that spoke today in honor of Dr. Alvarez just really drove that point home about how lucky I feel to be part of the Bassett family and uplifting it and, you know, showing the community that, you know, we are doing what we can to keep it going, to keep it moving, to keep us competitive also. Yes, so I was going to attend actually the Veterans Day festivities. Unfortunately, I had a bout of bronchitis. But thank you to Board Member Flores for attending that. And just, you know, teachers keep going. I know we're in the stretch. We're almost at break, a much needed break. I know I'm looking very much forward to spending time with my family. And that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Anzioni?
Again, thank you to our veterans or for their service, because again, they are the backbone of our country. They keep us free. I wanted to also say it's so important that we hear the good things that are going on. And tonight we heard an abundance of good things from our students speaking Italia, saying all these wonderful things. That's what we want to hear. We want to rely on the good because there's so much not good. Congratulations to Van Wyck for improving on their benchmarks and to all the other schools for doing so. To the high school for the football team getting as far as they did. It's a great accomplishment. Just to have gotten there, to our boys and girls soccer, outstanding work. But there's one thing that Jaime Solis Jr. mentioned, and congratulations to everything he does. He shared all these things that he was involved in, and I believe that that's the key. All these amazing things that he lists. People might say, well, why is he doing all of that? Because it's just him. But because of that, he's going to go really, really far. And that's the key to keeping all the kids going straight forward, is getting them involved with whatever the activity is. I do appreciate the parents that came. I didn't understand all of the language, but I understood enough to say they were good things. They were very good things. And we want to just continue those good things coming in. To Valerie Mayor Munoz, please come by our classrooms, come by all the elementary classrooms, and I hope all our teachers take advantage of it. I know I will in my classroom. And I would also suggest that our elementaries get involved with Project Lead, which is what Jaime was referring to. It's a program that La Puente City Council brings in kids. I know my fourth grader, I teach special ed. My fourth grader enjoyed his training and his day of the mock city council. And it's really wonderful. We've been doing it for years. And I would hope that we can continue pushing forward from the high school. And I know somebody's taking notes right now to do that. Thank you. And to Veronica Lopez, our representative from Blanca Rubio's, being an advocate for education in our community is, I cannot tell you how much I believe in that. Well, I think we all do because we're all sitting here. There's 3 of us that don't have children in the district. And we just believe in the district. I know when Member Flores came in, she was incredibly empowered by the whole fiscal situation we were in, and she wanted to make it right. And that was powerful because it's something that I didn't understand. And Ms. Rivera comes to us because she has been an employee here. She has been a parent here, very powerfully supporting what's going on. Our little graduate and teacher here comes back with this, because we're teachers, that's where our life is. So it's kind of natural. Mr. Cimental has always been a leader, has always been a rebel, has always tried to do what he believed in, what was right. And I think that everybody has to realize that we are here as advocates for the community because it's where our heart points us to. And, you know, we don't know everything. Sometimes we don't know anything, and we reach out to the experts that guide us through it. And we hopefully make good decisions. It has been a while to get the pool, but we got it. It has been a while to get HVAC, but we got it. Those kids are going to have a cool down gym. This new group of people, including Dr. Alvarez, walked into a hot mess. It took a while to straighten a lot of it out because we had gone through the FICMAT audit. There was a lot of stuff going on that the public doesn't even know about. But that being said, we're sitting here today listening to good news from our students, listening to good news from our community, and we need to keep that up. And every single week, we just need to focus on the good, because there's so much out there that's not, that it's going to keep us going and moving forward, because we're here for the kids. It's been my whole life and it will continue to be, whether I'm sitting here or not. We do this for our community, because if we don't do it, who will? Have a great night, have a great Thanksgiving, and be safe.
Thank you. Just want to say congrats to Bassett High for a great fall sports season. Thank you to Torch Middle School for a great fall festival. I didn't get dunked. There was a water dunk thing that people tried somewhat hard to get at. I feel like the staff there, who's known me since I was in high school, they were trying to get me dunked, but the kids weren't having it. It was like dunk a teacher, they're like, who the hell is this guy? But also nice. With the California dashboard data, I'd love for that to eventually be brought to the board as some type of presentation, just to understand it in greater detail and then figure out, you know, what is next steps. In reading the little digest we get from CSBA, everyone's kind of like, it's like the general vibe I've been getting like throughout California. So just trying to figure out what that really means for us in Bassett. Last little thing that my little addendum to my longer comments before is just more addressed to the rest of the community, to the staff, the parents, the students here, is one wanted to express that for those who remain here, and our strongest terms, at least for myself as a board member, our focus is absolutely not changing as a district. While our chief administrator is leaving, and that no doubt causes some disruption, this board's mission and vision is unaffected. The spirit and love and values of our educational community will live on. We'll continue to continue on our path towards increased success for all of our areas of our district. Next year, we'll start with the recruitment of our new superintendent, which will be both a terrifying privilege to be a part of, but just signaling to everyone. I know a lot of people are, kind of like understandably so freaking out. What does this mean with the new superintendent? But my little wraparound sentence is we'll always continue to live by our motto of excellence in education and students first. So that's it. Thank you. We will now go into public comments related to closed session. The same regulations apply from the first instance. We have one, and that is Don C. Moss.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, senior staff. My name is Don C. Moss. I'm a longtime community advocate and property owner in the Bassett Unified School District. As a call to refocus for the future, I wish to speak to all of you on the board who have been blinded by Samuel West Brown's unique style of manipulating reality to serve his personal goals. This month, Mr. Brown confirmed my own personal assessment that he is simply driven by psychoses to attack school superintendents. When he drifted into the area, he immediately started attacking Hacienda La Puente, and that is the district that he grew up in.
Excuse me if we could suspend the time. Mr. Moss, what item of closed session is this related to?
All. It has to do with the board's thought process and the importance of moving on independently. And if you let me finish this, you will hear that.
Can we restart it at 2 minutes, I think is what I stopped them at.
Thank you, sir. When he drifted into our area, he began attacking Hacienda La Puente. Soon after, he came to Bassett and started the very same thing. Now, Dr. Alvarez is moving on to Rialto. And for those of you who don't know, Mr. Brown attended the Rialto Unified Board meeting last Thursday and personally attacked Dr. Alvarez. This is on tape, just like here. It's time to wake up, board members. You are not elected to be clowns in Samuel West Brown's parade. You must, must, educate yourselves on what a school district needs and make it happen for the students of Bassett. Thank you very much for serious consideration of my request.
Okay, we will go on to the next item, which is, excuse me. Next item is informational items. Item number 1 is public hearing to sunshine initial proposal of the California School Employees Association, CSEA Chapter 26.
I submitted a public comment card.
Excuse me, point of orders are for board members. The public comment period has closed.
Yeah.
No, so just to make this clear, the public comment card that was submitted was timely submitted. The public period closed when public comments related to open session commenced. That's pursuant to board bylaw 9323.8. And now that it is codified in board bylaw, the board is not able to waive that per se. No, this has been on our desk since before the public comment period closed.
Well, according to going to submit a public comment before public comments begin.
So going to the agenda. Request to address the board for public comments related to closed and open session agenda items or topics under the board's subject matter jurisdiction must be made by submitting a public comment card provided by the district. These cards will be available 30 minutes before the scheduled start of the meeting at the entrance table of the board meeting venue. The district public comment card must be submitted to the secretary by the time the board begins public comments related to closed session. The late public comment cards will not be accepted pursuant to board bylaws. Members of the public must identify themselves on the public comment card in such manner as to begin the board to recognize them for public comments. So the board bylaw specifically, one second. Here it is. Members of the board bylaw, members of the public will have the opportunity to sign up for public comments during the public comment sign-up period, which shall begin no sooner than 30 minutes prior to the scheduled commencement of the meeting and shall conclude at the point of the meeting when public comments are to begin as listed on the agenda. So it would appear that the agenda itself for this meeting erred and saying specifically by the time the board begins public comments related to closed session, which is unfortunate. So that in the future, whenever we're switching, because this time we did public comments for open session first. And then usually it's closed session first and then open session, but since this meeting we switched, we neglected to do that. So is there any objection to entertaining this considering pursuant to our notice on the board agenda? It was incorrect on the board notice. Is there any objection to allowing this in consideration that the notice itself was incorrect?
No, because it was.
For the board, for the bylaw, it says that they must be submitted at the time of public comment. You have to have your card in there. And if it wasn't there, then I'd like us to stick to our bylaws.
Right. Hearing that there is an objection.
Can you reread that part of the bylaws, just so it's very clear for all of us?
Yes, so for the bylaws, which should be controlling, members of the public will have the opportunity to sign up for public comment during the public comment sign-up period, which shall begin no sooner than 30 minutes prior to the scheduled commencement of the meeting and shall conclude at the point of the meeting when public comments are to begin as listed on the agenda. So for my previous understanding, once we started public comments related to open session earlier in the
That's it.
meeting,
It's closed.
that was
That's
it.
Mhm.
On our agenda for this meeting, the notice of this meeting, it does read, the district's public comment card must be submitted to the secretary by the time the board begins public comments related to closed session, which the card submitted by Mr. Brown technically was in the docket before public comments related to closed session began. Which is why I feel, even though we do have the bylaws, this notice itself was incorrect. Future notices of the meeting will be corrected. So in that, I will make a motion to recognize the one since it was in line with the notice.
Why make the rules? I keep on saying, you make rules and we break them.
Yes, so
So if there's-
specifically,
It
it's,
doesn't matter, you still had open comment, he still had a chance, they still had a chance to do the things before. Doesn't matter when open comment is. You bring in your cards whenever it's on the agenda, and then, that's why you pass the agendas out and they're online and, everything, so they could see when public comment comes, so they know how long they have to be here before to speak.
yes.
So we're breaking our own rules.
So because the notice itself for this specific meeting is incorrect, that's the only reason why I would feel comfortable in doing it. Ms. Sanzioni, do you have a comment?
When we go to buy something and the price is incorrect, they have to adhere to the price because it's written. Because this little snafu happened, it would seem appropriate that we follow through with this and then correct it afterwards to make sure it doesn't happen again. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'd agree, because I mean,
Okay.
because this is the only board meeting where we've changed the format of the agenda, is the only reason why this scenario is possible to happen.
It's still the same.
Um,
They still had public comment, they still had a chance to come in and put in their thing.
The notice itself is incorrect, that's.
But what does it say, the notice?
The district's public comment card must be submitted to the secretary by the time it begins public comments related to closed session. And because we just started closed session.
Yeah.
That's why.
Related to, before
It was an accident in switching.
Before the public comments.
Related to closed session, which we just did.
It is 9:09 right now. This board
Eight.
meeting started.
It's
8:08.
Yes.
8:08 right now. This board meeting started at 5:30. This card was submitted maybe 30 minutes ago, and I'll give it 30 minutes. So intentionally, if we had gone the way we were, it would have been late.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I'm not talking on any of the merits of timeliness of it. It's just merely the fact of according to the incorrect notice of the meeting. That's only it. Is there a second to my motion?
I'll second.
Stanzioni.
And just to explain my second, we're going by what is written.
On the notice.
Yes.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, it is a loophole, and that's the problem. We have to adhere to it, so we don't
We're not lawyers.
have a problem.
We're not lawyers. It's still written.
It is, and we're going by what is written. That's the problem. We have to go by what is written.
Any further discussion? Ms. Flores,
Nay.
Ms. Rivera,
No.
Ms. Gonzalez,
No.
Ms. Stanzioni.
Yes.
I vote yes, the motion is not carried. So we will proceed with the public hearing to sunshine initial proposal of the the California School Employees Association, Chapter 26. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547C, the Board of Education shall hold an open public hearing to enable the public to become informed and have opportunity to express itself regarding all initial proposals. I will hold the public hearing at 8:11 p.m. Are there any persons appearing for the public hearing on CSEA's initial proposal? Any persons for CSEA's initial proposal? So then I will close the public hearing at 8:11 p.m. Item number 2 is public hearing to sunshine initial proposal of the Bassett Unified School District pursuant to Government Code Section 3547C. The Board of Education shall hold an open public hearing to enable the public to become informed and have the opportunity to express itself regarding all initial proposals. I will open the public hearing at 8:12 p.m. Are there any persons appearing for the public hearing on the district's initial proposal? I will close the public hearing at 8:12 p.m. We'll continue with staff presentations, recognitions. We have the first one, the ACEs and Asset. Thank you, program. Dr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. I'd like to ask staff from Think Together to come in. They're doing a presentation on the district's ACES and assets grant program throughout the district. There was a request that this presentation come forward based on, site visits in the program. And just as a note, part of the ACES also includes some of the ELOP fund programs as well. I'll turn it over to the staff.
All right. All right, good evening, board members, cabinet, superintendent. My name is Jesse Durkin. I'm the executive director for the region for Think Together. My colleagues and I are here tonight to provide an update on the after-school program. We were here at 5:30 p.m., but this boardroom was already full, and so we were watching in the back on one of the screens. And I just want to start by sharing how inspirational it was to hear all of the words and celebrations of Dr. Alvarez's leadership. And it is truly rare to see a superintendent that has had this much of a profound impact on a district. And so all of us were very inspired by all of the words. And I want to take a moment to also thank you for taking a chance on us and me personally. When I first started 3 years ago, I remember things were not perfect. And I was at one of these board meetings. I remember most of you very well because I was here until midnight, just desperate to really understand the needs and priorities of Bassett. Bassett is a truly unique, special community rooted in traditions and pride and family. And my goal when I joined 3 years ago was to really continue what was working and honor the legacy of all of the staff that we had been here for so many years, working so hard, but also to evolve to the priorities of the board and the superintendent to improve the quality. And I'm just so inspired by how the district has evolved from where it was at 3 years ago. And we also have evolved. And we're proud to evolve with you all as we move into the next phase. And with that, move into the first slide here. Actually, one back. So here in Bassett, Think Together has more than 40 staff members dedicated to serving over 1,000 students across all of the schools in Bassett. Each site is overseen by a program manager who's a full-time exempt employee and is really an integral part of the school community. And so I've invited my colleagues up here to share a little bit about what's happening from the ground in Bassett with Think Together. And I will go ahead and let them introduce themselves. Start with. I also just want to say, before she goes, our team of leaders is truly an amazing group. And I'm so honored to serve with them. This is a team that has an incredible amount of experience and talent and passion for the work. So Jasmine is the high school program manager, and I'll let her begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jasmine Gomez. I'm the site program manager at Bassett High School. I've been with this amazing organization for 14 years now, with my experience being in elementary, middle school, and formerly in the Compton High Schools. So thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you. Hello. It's really nice to meet all of you guys and put faces to your guys' names. My name is Celeste Sanchez. I'm at Edgewood Academy, and I have over 7 years of experience with expanded learning. 5 years prior, I was in a different expanded learning program. I'm happy to say I'm now with Think Together and with our amazing students and families. So.
Good evening, everyone, and my name is Ana Karen Serrano, or AK for short. I have been with this organization for about 5 years, but I've been working with schools and children since I was about 16 years old. I got my bachelor's in social work over at Whittier College. I also received my master's in education there, and I've been working in after school specifically since then and have been in love with it since then. So I'm very happy to be working with you all now as well. For the last 4 years, I was overseeing Mountain View School District, and now I oversee both them as well as Bassett in the Think Together capacity. So I'm very happy to be here and be able to share with you the unique space of after school and what we're doing with students every single day. So with that said, I will move over to our next. There we go. So in Think Together, we run every single day after school. If school's in session, we're in session. And even on some days that school isn't in session, we're in session. We're here every day with our students. One of the biggest priorities that we have, of course, is their academics. Every day we have an hour of academic achievement. In that time, we work with the students on their homework. And every single day after the homework has been completed, if there's extra time, the academic portion of our day does not end, right? Once students complete it, they have the opportunity to participate in grade level, standard aligned skill building activities, tutoring, avid aligned goal setting to promote college and career readiness. This summer in particular, even amongst the fun and the field trips and all the amazing things that the kids get to participate in, the learning doesn't stop, right? With our enrichment as well as with this summer, we were able to really provide tutoring for the first time when it comes to math and reading. We were implementing Wicker and other avid aligned strategies, which was really great for the students to participate in and really try and support school day goals with getting their student grades up. In addition to, there we go, some additional photos for everyone. But in addition to that, every day we also provide an enrichment hour for the students, and that alternates between FAPA and STEM curriculum. We provide daily enrichment activities with the curriculum that is designed specifically by educators and tailored to the after-school environment. At Van Wyck, for example, students have explored different art forms such as drawing, painting, music, and performance, building confidence and self-expression. In STEM, the students have worked collaboratively on experiments and design challenges that encourage innovation and critical thinking. At Edgewood, students have designed and built different 3D models of homes and structures using different materials that we have in the program, promoting creativity, problem solving, as well as engineering skills. And speaking of Edgewood, I'm going to take it back to our site program manager there, Celeste, so she could talk a little bit more about our other components.
Thank you. So our students love participating in sports and physical activity programs, which builds teamwork, confidence, and communication. This year, we actually launched a partnership with Street Soccer USA, bringing in professional soccer coaches that are able to work with our elementary sports program. We also continued our popular middle school sports with competitive tournaments across the district. So I know a lot of my parents right now, the elementary ones, they've been letting me know like, hey, like, this is so awesome. Like, what can we do? What can we do to support? So that's been exciting for our littles. And huge congratulations to Torch Football for finishing in first place in our Bassett Bowl. And then last year, Edgewood competed as well there for volleyball. And they took first place in that Bassett Bowl as well as second for their tournament all across our SFS district. This past year, we've seen Bassett Middle School sports program begin to view themselves more as a unified district, which me and the other middle school site program managers are super excited about. The students used to see each other as rivals, and they were like really like ready to play against Torch or ready to play against Don Julian. And we're really excited to share that now when we show up to tournament, they're ready to show up for each other, and they want to see one of the Bassett teams up there on that board as first or second place. So yeah, I'm very excited about that. Alrighty. And then moving on to our non-instructional days and field trips. For non-instructional days, we take students on field trips where they get exposed to new experiences and expand their horizons. I know this past summer, we took some of the students to a couple places, Universal Studios, the Academy Museum of Motion Pictures, El Capitan Theater, Knott's Berry Farm, Crypto Arena. These are all places where the students haven't really got to experience too much, or sometimes they're not exposed to in different settings. So I know we were really excited and grateful for those opportunities. Righty, and then moving on to Jasmine.
Okay. So at Bassett High School, we have a lot going on, including tutoring, credit recovery, FAFSA workshops, college and career, workforce readiness program, student leadership, culinary club, financial literacy workshops, and esports. You can see here that we have the driver's ed program where students go through 10 workshops of driver safety, followed by 30 hours online to receive a voucher to take the permit test at the DMV. In September, students got to attend a Latino College Expo at Laverne. And you can also see that culinary club, you can see students learning how to make spam musubi while preparing their presentation plates for their judges. I would like to add that this is such a great high school because I've worked at multiple high schools. Just the students that are participating, it's a really large group. The environment at the school and all the support that the school staff give us is the reason why we're able to do so many things there.
Very lucky to have Jasmine, like I said, she was working with us over in Compton, and she came and just breathed new life into our Bassett High School program these last couple of years. So we're very grateful for her leadership. I'm here now to share some of the feedback from our students. And again, very proud of the work that this team does each and every day. And the students really speak for the consistency and the stability of the Think Together program and how much they value their program leaders. So this past February was our last student survey. We collected 399 student survey responses. We serve survey grades 3 and up, and the responses are collected anonymously. And so out of those 399 students, you can see that 93% of them say that when they're with Think Together, they feel like there's an adult that cares about them, that they feel safe. 91% of them, and one 7th grader at Don Julian shares that he gets to stay after school and that he does feel like he belongs. Since coming to Think Together, out of the 399 students, you can see that the vast majority of them share that they know how to set goals, they have good study skills, and feel confident that college is an option for them. Just some more quotes from our students here. You can really see that the students, or hopefully you can see the students are enjoying Think Together, that they feel supported by their program leaders, they feel connected to adults, and that they're having fun. At the same time, we know that this program is so important for our parents. so many working families depend on Think Together to provide an environment for their students that's quality, that is safe, that's dependable. And so I'll turn it back over to our fearless leader, AK, to share a little bit about the family survey.
Yeah, so as Jesse mentioned, in addition to surveying the students on what their experience has been with us in Think Together, we also survey parents. So this is also from that same time period in February. We similar structure. The surveys are done anonymously. We just collect them. The parents don't have to sign their name to it. And we survey them specifically on what their perception of Think Together is, as well as what benefits they feel that Think Together gives to their students. So of all the parents that gave the survey to, 292 responses came back to us with some really great results. Of those 292, 99% of the parents agree that they value the Think Together expanded learning program and that they would recommend Think Together to other parents as well. And they definitely have, because our enrollment this year has been incredible. So the word is growing. With that, you can also see our percentages are very high when it comes to parents feeling like their children are in a safe environment, that they feel that we care about the success of their children, that staff are professional, and that that they are well informed about program. And that has a lot to do with the amazing relationships that site program managers have with the parents every day. When they get picked up, they are checking in with them every single day to let them know how it went in program. So that has a lot to do with it, for sure. In addition to the perceptions of Think Together that they may have, they also scored us very high when it comes to the benefits that they feel their students get from the program. For example, like Jesse mentioned, a lot of parents do feel that one of the great benefits of being in our program is they're able to provide for their families as a result of their students having a safe space to be after school, that we're able to provide them with homework help. Parents work very hard, work long hours. A lot of our families are working class or have immigrated and don't always have what the skills that they would like to provide to the students to complete their homework or be on top of every little thing that has to get done, because there is a lot. We're able to provide that for students, and that's something that parents speak to a lot, as well as just general academic improvement, and they also get to be more involved with their students' learning. And then just a couple of quotes from the parents that we got back on the surveys. My kids come home excited from learning cooking skills in the program, as well as fun activities. My kids loved how the teachers teach. I like the flexibility schedule and activities staff have set up for the students. We appreciate the care and attention they give our child. Just some of the amazing quotes that we received from parents in our last survey. And I think take it to Jesse for any closing Q&A.
Yeah, we'll invite the rest of the team up for any questions that you all have about Think Together.
Any go, Ms. Gonzalez?
I think I spoke to you at my physical night at Bassett High School, and was the reason why I asked Dr. Alvarez to bring you guys here, because I was sitting in one of your presentations and was just blown away at what your program offers. I'm very familiar as an elementary school teacher with what after-school programs do at the elementary school level. But I wasn't aware of everything that you all provided for our high school students. And the tutoring, the credit recovery, the financial literacy, the driver's ed, I just was beside myself and just so happy. And speaking to the parents that were there that night about Think Together, they just had beautiful things to say, wonderful things to say about the program. The students are very comfortable coming and going to the program, which is something that is allowed at the high school level, which was the flexibility that they wanted as teens, right? They want to be able to kind of have, say when they want to reach out, when they need help, and that you guys allow for that is just amazing, because that is meeting them at where they need to, where they want, where their needs are. So that's why I was like just blown away at everything that is being done at all levels, but mainly I just was delighted at what you guys are doing at the high school level. So, as a community member, as a former student, thank you. And I wish we had a program like yours when I was in high school. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Ms. Flores?
Well, I do want to say the students are very happy. I've been at graduations where the high school students,
Yes.
they mention Think Together and everything that they've done. They really enjoy the program. So you are doing great things. If I just can comment on the financial wellness that you offer at the high school, what is really all involved in that?
So we have financial literacy workshops where, for example, Chase Bank will come and present different workshops for students to be more aware of, like how to have the credit, things like that, how to open up an account. And actually those sessions are gonna be coming in January. So that would be our first, session of financial literacy.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's good to hear because I know I've been reading that it's in neighboring districts. And I'm like, okay, how do we get about it,
Yeah.
So that's really great to hear. I'm excited about it. More so also very excited that you're working with Chase Bank on that. No conviction, but.
Yeah.
Definitely sitting that.
Yeah, and potentially City National. Seeing what dates we can have for them to also come in and do some financial literacy.
Ms. Rivera?
Oh, yes. Well, yeah, you're doing a great job. One of the students that was speaking spoke about Think Together and that he had turned in his permission slip, so please. You could accept his permission slip. Yeah, he was looking forward to that field trip and all the events that you guys have for them. And it's great because we're keeping them off the streets and safe and doing their homework, their credit recovery and learning new things. So thank you. It's great.
Ms. Nandioni?
Well, when you guys first came into our district, I wasn't quite sure what to think. And you can look at my votes. But I've seen you grow so much to the needs of the children. It has been nothing less than sensational. I'm looking at the things that you have pictures of. This is really awesome. I'm a teacher and I see our after school program and they play and make noise and stuff. But I see some real excitement going on here. Bluey, I'm not so sure about, but can you tell I teach elementary? But just the mere fact that you brought these great field trips into the kids that normally wouldn't go there. I got so excited when I walked on campus and I saw the big sandwich board for culinary. People know that I've been trying to push that forever. But to know that you're bringing the sports after school that we used to have naturally, but we didn't have the money for it now. You're providing things to these kids that they are so hungry for. And I'm so proud of the way you guys have grown to the needs of our children, developmentally, emotionally. A couple of years ago, I would go into the high school one frequently, and it was just a warm, safe place to be. But I've been so impressed by what you're offering there. I hope that my district gets the clue and goes that way. Where I work, not here, because you guys are doing great. Thank you.
No questions for myself. I appreciate it. Think Together has always had a good rapport for myself. I mean, I've been at Think Together kid since I was in 4th grade. My first field trip to UCLA was with Think Together, so yeah. But no further questions for me. Thank you all for staying, because usually presentations are at the
Yes, thank
beginning.
you.
So
Yeah, thank you so much.
It was kind of mitigating circumstances, but yes, thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
We'll continue with the next presentation, Personnel Commission Annual Report.
I forgot she was doing it. She was here because she liked us.
But she
She does. She put it herself.
I don't present every meeting.
You're always here.
Good evening, Board President Cimental, members of the Board of Education, community and staff, and Superintendent Dr. Alvarez. I'm proud to present the 2025 Personnel Commission Annual Report, and it covers the period of July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. So I always like to begin with what we stand for, which is the merit system. The merit system is composed of rules and procedures contained in the California Education Code, which governs the classified service. This system of personnel administration encompasses the basic principles of employment and promotion on the basis of merit and fitness, prohibition against discrimination, equal pay for equal work, impartial hearings of appeals of disciplinary action, or applicant disqualification, and assures that career paths are established. The merit system serves to support the selection and retention of a qualified, efficient, and productive workforce that is well-trained, equitably compensated, and afforded promotional opportunities. So the Personnel Commission itself is committed to ensuring that the merit system is effectively administered by providing quality employment services supportive of the Board of Education's strategic plan and working effectively with the board, administration, and classified employee representatives. Personnel Commission rules and regulations apply to all classified employees, including the CSCA bargaining agreement, confidential, management, and unrepresented. Permanent classified employees have the right to appeal of disciplinary action taken to the Board of Education. The Personnel Commission may sustain the decision of the Board of Education, modify it, or reverse it and order back compensation seniority to the employee if appropriate. So we support our students by hiring and promoting classified employees based on knowledge, skills, and ability, properly classifying the system and current job descriptions, providing for reasonable compensation, retaining employees based on performance, training employees for high quality performance, assuring fair treatment of all applicants and employees, and protecting employees against political coercion. And this is a visual of who we serve. So first and foremost, it's our Bassett students, and then our Bassett administrators in support of those students, and then ultimately the members of our public, including the Bassett community, Bassett employees, and public applicants. For our goals, our first and foremost was improved training for classified staff. So we established a classified substitute handbook that was released last year and is included for onboarding in human resources for all classified substitute employees. Moving forward, we are working on that for permanent employees as well. We continue support of Spanish-speaking employees and applicants by providing quality service in language by our personnel analyst, Liz Ruiz. We piggybacked on a negotiated item in the collective bargaining agreement for CSCA, and that's the transfer opportunities that are afforded to our current employees. So proceduralizing and ensuring that we are adequately communicating these opportunities to our employees to adhere to the contract and making sure that people are aware of any opportunities within the district. Improve eligibility list expiration communications to current classified substitute employees. And this is something that we heard not only from the staff, but also from administrators. If the school site principal has a go-to custodian substitute and they have a vacancy at their site, why can't they hire the substitute that has been providing excellent coverage throughout the year? So making sure that we're communicating with those substitutes about where they stand with their eligibility list. If it is expired, giving them the opportunity to apply again. And then continue accurate tracking of position funding, control, and assignment approval. So this was something that was initiated by business services in our personnel requisition form, and ensuring that every responsible member of a budget, especially for restricted funds and ed services, they are approving those funds being spent on additional hours, opportunities, overtime. There is just a better transparency of approvals prior to staffing an employee. And then lastly, continue attendance and participation in district and school site events to increase visibility and availability of Personnel Commission to the staff, community, and district partners. So for our recruitments, we recruited for a total of 31 classifications. However, we list our total as 50 recruitments based off of certain positions that require multiple eligibility lists to fill their vacancies or for providing substitute staff coverage. So those could be child development assistant, instructional assistant, special education. And then specifically for our department, we ran the recruitment for our joint appointee personnel commissioner, as well as our personnel technician. Here are visuals of our recruitment stats, just showing trends over the years from 2019 through now. You'll see that there was a high number of applications in 2020, but ultimately the trend has maintained where we're receiving fewer applications, which that can be attributed to less recruitments, but also, we've noticed that a lot of our longstanding staff are local and community members themselves, so then they stay. So then we have, less applicants. And you can see that trend in, the recruitments themselves. It was a record high in 2020 to replenish our substitute pools and vacancies. We received a lot of classified retirements that year with the pandemic. And then since then, it's been pretty steady with a bump in 2024 with administrative support and maintenance positions. So we saw, a higher number of vacancies there. We are now reporting our vacancies filled, which is a key data point for our team, and making sure that our students are receiving the support that they need, from the classified side. So we've defined vacancies as a person clearing through HR and actually establishing a start date and beginning work. A lot of things can happen between offer of employment and actual start date. So we only quantify when someone has started. So you'll see that we didn't have many vacancies filled in 2020 because there was a lot of distance learning at the time. But then you see a spike in 21 and 22, which corresponds with the ELO and ESSER funds received to help us bridge the learning gap that happened during the pandemic. And then you see us tapering off, which also corresponds with people not leaving. So Dr. Alvarez did mention that there was a lot of turnover, and there has been stability within the district the last couple of years, which is a great thing to see. For accomplishments, on our left side are recruitment focused, and then on the right side is staffing focused. So on the right side, a couple of areas to note, where we see numbers go down. So the third bullet point, 140 written exams compared to 266. We count the reschedules we hold in our office. So with turnover in our own team, we were less able to accommodate reschedules. So that in essence turned into less written exams, but then also it corresponds with less recruitments that were had compared to last year. The sixth bullet point down for 35 performance exams compared to 0 last year. So that's specifically calling out our work for filling the personnel technician recruitment. It is expected that in our office, we have all members of the team adequately communicate following procedures in writing. So we developed a writing exercise to properly assess that skill and making sure that we staff the person who's going to be successful in that role. And then less, candidates placed on eligibility lists, but that directly corresponds to recruitments. And then on our right side, our staffing highlights, these all represent the opportunities that we're providing our current employees. So the first bullet point is a huge growth in our CSEA membership, and we want to continue to see that grow or level out versus going down, because that would correlate to people leaving. But seeing a strong growth is showing that we're filling those vacancies and those people are staying. Promotions, substitutes hired, and transfers. So those directly correlate with the goals that we established and, reporting it out in data. For summer assignments, you'll see that went down, but that is very strategic in ensuring that we are adequately spending and being responsible in spending with our current state of the budget. And then for staffing assignments, these are opportunities as well as, summer assignments for our current staff. So our non-12-month employees, additional hours, opportunities to work during break periods, but also overtime opportunities. So extended learning opportunities, so supporting our Think Together programs during winter, spring, and summer break. Out of class assignments, so that's specifically a point that was in support of our child nutrition team. They've had a lot of leaves of absences or, things happen. Our employees are protected, but we need to make sure our students are fed. So giving the opportunities for lower level classifications to work in a higher one, so then they have the experience as they continue to grow within the district and promote, but also ultimately, we want to provide staffing opportunities for permanent employees versus relying solely on substitute employees. 27 Parent Academy assignments supporting both fall and spring. 4 voting center assignments supporting Bassett Adult School and Torch Middle School in the service that they provide the LA County. And then 4 car show assignments supporting 2 events at Don Julian School. For summer assignments, this is just a visual of, how we've been staffing year over year. You'll see that in the fiscal stabilization and pandemic, it was at a record low. It went up and now it's tapering off to a more sustainable number. For classification and compensation, this is an accomplishment I am particularly proud of because we completed classified salary research for 64 positions. We updated 10 job descriptions, the completed child nutrition and security job families. And then we completed 2 reclassification studies as well. So making huge progress in updating our job descriptions and maintaining our classification system. And we have more work to do, but showing tremendous progress. For events attended, those are all of the events that we are so happy to support our students at and the district at, as well as job fairs attended. We anticipate this number to remain the same, if not decrease, just depending on the number of recruitments. We want to be mindful of what our team is spending time on. And if we are filling our vacancies with our current efforts, then we don't need to be out of the office and maybe focus more on compensation and classification work. For staff development, this is all the mostly monthly meetings that I attend, and then both myself and our personnel analysts volunteer for number 7, Personnel Testing Council of Southern California. So the board is, aware of our budget, so we find ways to volunteer our services and be part of the board of board officers for that particular organization. So then we can attend all of these great professional development opportunities. So with our budget, we saw the opportunity to show 2024, 2025, which we are presenting on, proposed and actual, and then bringing forward where we stand for 25, 26. So as a reminder, we did present a request to increase our personnel commission budget to $421,000. And that was approved by the commission, but then it was rejected by the Board of Education. We had a hearing with the LA County Office of Education and ultimately reverted back to our current budget. And then because of staff turnover, we actually saved money last year and returned $13,000 to the general fund. And looking at 25, 26, we are seeing why we had requested that increase to begin with, because at the end of the day, all staff members have a step increase of 5%. So if the number stays the same, the salaries keep eating more. So you'll see in the bottom half of the budget for 25, 26, we have very little operational funds. So, funds, for Office Depot or services or continuous learning, we have very little allocated there. However, I did include the note that was presented back in May when we did do our budget presentation that the district will work with the commission on providing additional resources to support the overage. And in the event that we do have an opportunity to go to a conference, bringing it forward and seeing how the district can assist with that. And then just a recap of the 14 meetings we had last year. Our personnel commissioners and their corresponding terms. The board appointee will be expiring next year. So that is something that another recruitment to add to the Board of Education. And then a recap of our staff. So, and highlighting the years of service with the district. So, our newest technician, this is her first permanent role, but she has been supporting as a clerical assistant to and an accounting technician to substitute. So she has been with the district for 2 years in a non-permanent role. So thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Any comments or questions?
Just to say thank you so much. This is such a thorough report.
Thank you. It's a good report.
No, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. That, I think this is like the first time I've really fully understood what you guys do. I mean, I kind of have, a general understanding, but thank you so much for the presentation, and I really appreciate, all the safety nets that you guys put for your workers. That will go a long way. And yes, we do want to retain, good people here, and thank you for allowing us to do that.
Thank you. It shows you're doing your job. I'm just, but you always do, so. No, for reading.
To say thank you to your team, staying dedicated and professional, especially with such difficult leadership since my time there, not to toot my own horn, but it's definitely long are the days of a personnel commission that people kind of forget. And now it's in the forefront, not necessarily always for the great, but not necessarily with your office, but professional team there. So truly thanks to you three wonderful women to lead that office really well. Thank you. Even though she's the only one on the top. Then our final presentation for tonight, and his final presentation with us. Dr. Alejandro Alvarez, Superintendent.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board, my team, everyone here, everyone listening. I'll try to speak a little louder and I won't whisper like I did in my interview when I first got hired, but I was thinking about, what to present on, just because there's a lot that's gone along in the district since I got here. There was a lot that was happening before I got here. So I thought this would kind of be actually a good opportunity to do kind of a state of the district, the 5 years of transformation for the district. It's kind of a comprehensive overview of what's happened. And then I may ask some of you some questions as we go through this. And part of this, I think, is really to help clarify some false information being put out there about the district, about staff, and just about how we've gone to where we are. So with that, and I'm not going to read everything because a lot of you know it. So where we started November 2022, I got hired November of 2020. Actually, the other day on LinkedIn, I started seeing, 5 years at Bassett. Oh, okay. That's right.
And you thought to leave.
Yeah, I know.
Idea was.
So 5 years ago, when I got here, the district faced, and I'll just read this part, unprecedented challenges that threaten the foundation of the quality of education for our students and the future of our employees. Understanding where we began is essential to appreciating how far we've come and the commitment required to transform our organization. Financial crisis. You've heard all this already. The district was already undergoing, not like I got here and then, hey, let's do an audit on what we've been doing. He was already here. 2 FCMAT audits. One of them called health risk analysis. That was really an emphasis on what are your practices in the business section as far as budgeting, projections, all that stuff. That was the health risk analysis. And then there's the extraordinary audit, both of them requested by LACO. The extraordinary audit was looking at really the district's practices specific to the bond programs or the bond program. And so those are the 2 key audits that were happening out. And obviously it revealed a lot of systematic issues, how district operated its procedures, not just in facilities, and going through RFQs, RFPs, amendments, contracts, all that stuff, but also how the district was on the health risk analysis part, really how the district budgeted, how it projected for enrollment, ADA that impacts projecting revenue for the district. And so there was a lot of things that just weren't being done right, and it was all laid out there. And anyone who wants to can go on FCMAT's website, it's there. One of the good things from FCMAT audit is you have a lot of experts that come in and make a lot of recommendations. One of the bad things that it's all aired out in their website, right? About your district. So it has its pros and cons. I've always been a believer in let's take a look at it, let's treat it, and how does that apply specifically for where we're at now? And what makes the most sense to implement here at Bassett. Obviously, we already talked about leadership and stability. I'm not gonna touch on that here. Operational breakdown, we had a lot going on. We had to put a stop on all facilities projects. It was already stopped before I got here. And we know the reasons why, and I mentioned extraordinary, and then the health scripts analysis. So these compounding challenges created a crisis that demanded comprehensive reform. You know, our kids do deserve better, our staff deserve better, the community deserves better. So we had to move forward with a lot of courage, collaboration, and commitment to being transparent and accountability. And it's hard to regain trust when it's kind of been eroded. And transparency, it's always important, that the biggest challenge is when you can't be transparent, not because you don't want to, but legally you can't. That's the hardest part. So building the foundation for recovery, there was a transformation that it didn't happen by accident. It was deliberate, it was strategic. We had a lot of stakeholders involvement. We put in some systems in place for implementing. We had a recovery plan. And the stuff we put in was stuff not just to get out of, having the fiscal advisors. How do we sustain this long term? It's not just let's do a quick Band-Aid. Okay, hey, we're stopped bleeding. And then someone leaves and 6 months later we're bleeding again. So it's really, what do we put in place? So one of the things we did for the financial part is we did create a fiscal stabilization task force made up of union representatives from both teachers, CSEA, parents, staff, myself, working with the fiscal advisor that was assigned by LACO to really address the deficit. And why did LACO have concerns with the district's budget? It was because the district had received several qualified budgets, which means you can meet your current expenditures and revenues compared to expenditures, and maybe your subsequent year, but you can't make at least one of those other years. And obviously a negative means you're going back to running out of cash. So you had some positive, but you had kind of back and forth, and the budget was really kind of out of whack. And part of it tied into, as I mentioned earlier, the practices of budgeting. How do you put the budget together, your forecast, or what you're using for enrollment projections and all that. So we came through it. We came to the board. The only thing I think we had in there is, as far as staffing, is we reduced athletic trainer from 12 months to 9.5, and from 8 hours to 6 hours. That was the only thing that we did. And I'm proud to say that since I've been here, and Ms. Tanzioni and Ms. Rivera, knowing that you've been here since I started, and actually Ms. Flores, have we laid anyone off?
No.
So we've been able to maintain. Moving forward, when everyone around us was doing layoffs, we didn't do any. And I think that's a testament to the board and wanting to make sure that, we move forward with respect of our employees. And whatever we could do to minimize or not doing any layoffs, we did. And so there was several things we did as we move forward. We had to rebuild trust. I talked a little bit about the CBOC earlier today, and the amount of time it took, and not just with them, but obviously with staff, make comments on how we make decisions. One of the things that all of you know by now, I am pretty open and honest as much as I can be, or legally allowed to be. I do make sure I'm clear on why I'm doing certain things. And it's always for the betterment of our students and our staff and our community. We had our obligations to our employees. We wanted to rebuild trust because for many years they went without raises. We wanted to, we want to be able to move forward in a positive way. Obviously, when I came, everyone was gone. I didn't really have a, meet and greet or anything like that. I was approved online, nobody, so it was a different time from now. But we were in the middle of COVID, the pandemic. So we had to work on getting people back, getting our students back. I know the board was adamant that if we bring students back, which means we bring employees back, then we need to come back and have our board meetings in person. I know that was one of the things we really kind of wanted to make sure. Facilities revival, we're reviving our projects, prioritizing what do we have money for, and really kind of redoing our plan of how we move forward and who we use to support those. And now they're just, these foundational efforts created a stable platform necessary for remarkable progress that would follow by addressing systematic issues head on and involving stakeholders and solutions. I think we transformed crisis into opportunity for the district back then. And then, so one of the biggest things that we heard a lot, and this comes out in Figment out, like talking to Terry Tao, and some, actually, some things that are tied to false information being provided, specifically to this issue is the outstanding A number projects. What's an A number project? So anytime the district wants to do a project that requires DSA approval, like for example, if we're at a school site and we want to open up one big wall to come make 2 classrooms into one, well, that's rechanging some of the structure. So that would probably require an architect and submittal to district division of state architects to actually review the plans and make sure whatever is being used as the support beam and all that is structurally sound and so forth. So, you know, whatever projects have to go through DSA, they say yes or no. And if they say yes, they stamp the plans and you move forward. Well, that's not the only involvement in DSA. DSA actually from time to time will come and say, hey, how's the project going? And then they wait for the letter signed by the architect, by the inspector of record, if there's a structural engineer, and usually your CM's job, construction management, is to make sure all that is collected and working with the architect and submitted to DSA. And then DSA finally sends you a letter, said, okay, here's a letter officially closing out and certifying the project that was closed out correctly per plans and everyone's signature. Well, obviously that wasn't happening. So one of the things we did, we were able to close out 19 projects that were unclosed out. And some of them were very simple. We filed some paperwork, but a lot of them were complex. And here, I just put some examples here as I speak. You can kind of read them, but it was pretty much almost every school site. Bassett High School, some A numbers had projects that were spread out to multiple school sites. So A numbers were just one school site, one specific project. So it was just different things. But one of the things within here, every single project I've put there has been completed. It costs us a fraction of what we paid a prior CM to not close them out. And so, you know, the achievement did require, we had to get a construction management company to help with this. We hired a team that helped pull all the paperwork from DSA and help monitor and make sure we're closing it. But that wasn't the only 2 entities we hired. There was a lot more. People may not know this, but we had to actually hire architects. In some cases, the architectural firms no longer existed, and DSA doesn't care. They want an architect's signature. So we had to approve working with some architects to come to say, hey, we need you to go through these plans. Can you check them over? Can you come out and inspect? Will you put your seal, your professional seal, and take accountability for the project being done and being done correctly so we can submit to DSA. Other times we were able to track down the architects and say, hey, you still owe us, you didn't finish it, we don't owe you any money, you got to get over and do it such and such. We also had to hire structural engineers for some of these things that weren't done correctly or weren't done all the way. And then we actually hired contractors to actually do work that wasn't completed, or DSA or the architect that we hired would say, you know what, okay, but I need you to, I'm going to take these plans, I'm going to make some changes. I also need you to do X, Y, Z, because I think this is what's still needed to properly do it so that you can, so I'll sign off and you can close it out. So the whole A number project certification wasn't just a matter of a CM and paying a CM to oversee a company to file paperwork. We actually hired architects, structural engineers, contractors to do all this work to be able to close out these 19 projects. There's still a few remaining ones. I know I've given to Ms. Ibarra to take a look at and see what mission critical does need, or we can incorporate that with some other projects we're doing. But DSA has been very open in working with us. As of now, you have seen they have not stopped any project we're doing because we've been doing it correctly as we plan and get approval to do the projects. The next one, and I just kind of mentioned this, so I'll just kind of go through it. You know, we did, once again, we did actually do a full bid for a new construction management team. We approved a few to the board. We went through the whole process. We advertised. I didn't just pick up my phone and say, okay, here's who we're going to pick and this is who we're going to pick. I didn't do that. We actually advertised in the paper for that and for architects. There was a committee of staff people. It wasn't me sitting, okay, yes, you know you. We actually had staff sitting there, facilities, CBO, and all them, making the recommendation. Administrative support team, mentioned that a little bit of who helped with some of our paperwork. Our own team that helped with it, architects, structural engineers, and contractors, all that we went through and through the formal process. But this actually helped establish, okay, now we know moving forward this is how we should be doing it. And not just me, just from my experience knowing kind of the process, reaffirm the process, and help teach our team how to do it as well. Building for the future. major facilities project. This is just a long list of things we did do. From when I first got here, and we had replaced all the drinking fountains, what we call hydration station, touchless, HVACs, digital marquees, esports labs at the 2K8 middle school, high school. We did expand our CT facilities at the high school. We opened up that room for the medical pathway one, worked with the engineering one recently, the swimming pool, girls fitness center, wellness. I mean, the list is all there. We've done a lot. And you've heard parents talk about it, students and everyone about all the stuff we've done here. One of the things that kind of is really out there about that, this keep saying that the district didn't address, or you didn't address, the superintendent, is this whole thing about lead testing. So let me provide all of you with lead testing facts. Is it a fact that all school districts were required to implement the test lead, especially child development program? That's a fact. Is it a fact that some of our schools didn't pass the lead test? That is a fact. But the facts that aren't missing, and the assumption that the district did nothing is incorrect. We actually did too. Do you really think LACO funded child development programs would continue to allow us to operate without addressing these? There's no way. They would have shut us down. So we did. I didn't do it. I didn't go out there. That's not my area of expertise. But the district, working with child development, our own staff went out and they added filters to drinking fountains. They changed equipment. All the classrooms actually already had portable water, the like Sparklets kind of type drinking water. So they always use that for brushing and other things. The ones that we were no longer using, they just capped it. So that water drinking fountain or faucet could no longer be used. And this was, like I said, once again, it wasn't done by me, but we make sure we got it done was through our internal employees, our maintenance staff, working with child development and our facilities people. They made sure they did that. We got tested again. They came back. Nearly all of them passed at that time. I think there was one or two that we went back, fixed. Now we've got to do the testing again. I think in about a year or two, it's every 5 years. And so one of the things that just with any school district that has older facilities, if you don't turn on the water for a while and then you turn it on, you test it, I mean, you know what happens. Even in my own bathroom here, a 3-day weekend, I come back, I wash my hands, the water comes out a little brown, so I have to flush it. So very similar with our schools, we do, if we don't use it for a long time, we should be flushing it. And that's one of the things why some of our testings came so high, because during COVID, everything was turned off. It sat there for 6 months, 8 months, whatever it may be. So we did do everything we needed to do. They came back and retested and they've done it. And once again, this is all, especially through child development, which has way more strict requirements and guidelines than we do. So it's the bottom line, the misinformation that the district did nothing is not correct. We did everything we were supposed to do, legally required, retested. Child development really worked with notifying parents of what came up. I know the article obviously wasn't very pleasant, but we did address it and mention it on there, and retesting was done, and our waters are safe to drink. I fill my water bottles from here, like everyone else here, and if I drink it, I think I'm reassuring that the water is safe. Investing in the greatest assets are people. We talked about this. There was a lot of freeze on salaries, very minimal before I got here. I think less, maybe 8% over, I don't know, less than that over 8 years, 5 years. So in the 5 years I've been here, we gave about 28% in salary increases in 5 years. Employees groups, we increase medical benefits, and so we are in a tier rate, so single party, 2-party, 3-party. Each union decided how they wanted to put their money based on members and how the majority and which tier rate they are. Some tiers went up by have gone up by maybe $1,200 last 5 years, up to I think a tier party CSCA has went up between 5 years ago now almost. Was it 14,000?
To 22,000.
To 22,000. So, every union decided if they wanted more in salary or more in benefits. And so we've been able to do that. Besides increasing the medical cap and giving those 28% salary increases, we did give one-time money when we couldn't give more on the ongoing. We've increased hourly rates for employees who do extra duty, stipends, just everything that we could, and we worked with everyone where we could give raises. And so I kind of put it on there.
They were asked to sacrifice for many years. I mentioned, I do listen. I may not automatically respond right away because I believe in processing and gathering information, but we listened and we got our budget in order, and we were able to provide all these raises, restore fiscal health while still being fiscally solvent. And the board made it a top priority, and I made it a top priority, working together, and we were able to provide this for our members, our employees. And just, as you've all heard, some stuff here, just for myself, I've tried to lead the district. It maybe wasn't always popular. Maybe people take this the different way. Students first, always. And that's only because to me, well, that's why we're here. We're an institution of educating students. So that should be our primary focus. Obviously, we need to hire people to educate our children, to support our children, support the learning. And so they are important as well, but that is our primary client, is our students. So every decision I've made is based on what's best for them, what's best for the organization, while maintaining some level of fiscal solvency for our district so we continue to provide programs and services. There was a question about Think Together. I really appreciate Mr. Cimental's comment. I didn't bring Think Together in. They were already here, and apparently they were here since he was in 4th grade.
Yeah.
So they've been here a long time. I do want to recall the board that there was a time when I was here, the board asked to look outside for something different. We did for a year. I think it was Torch, and you heard from the parents. They were not happy, but we tried something different. We tried a different organization. It did not work out. And we came back with Think Together at the request really of the parents. This is what they wanted. You saw the presentation. They worked very well with us in implementing changes that the board wanted to see, that we wanted to see with new funds, realigning more of what we're doing academically, as well as arts and sports and everything else. So once again, I didn't bring them in, and I don't think we should punish kids because someone doesn't like someone who works for them. That's just my personal opinion. Understanding conflicts of interest. Just because you believe there's a conflict of interest and there's your own personal opinion, doesn't necessarily mean it's a legal conflict of interest. I don't know how to say that. Complete truth, and because it's still out there. I don't own a business. I've never owned a business my entire life. I've never founded a business. I've never co-founded a business. Never partially owned. Never, ever have I? So I don't. Maybe when I retire, I'll start a company for myself, but I never have. Actually, I've tried to stay away from it just because of these perceived conflicts of interest. There's no point. Being a superintendent or just being in education is a full-time in itself. I don't know how you find time to do anything else, to be honest. But for me anyway, and so any suggestion to the contrary, we're including any fabricated AI stories or comments or letters, connecting dots that do not exist are completely false. And all of you, some of you know what I'm speaking about. I have always tried to be transparent. All districts, contracts, vendors, relationships, business dealings are matters of public record available for review by any community member. The district's procurement process follows strict legal requirements designed to ensure fair, competitive, and ethical selections and service providers. I welcome any or the scrutiny because of our practices, which they will withstand them. Can we always do better? Of course, anyone. I think Mr. Cimental's comment is mentioned. No one's perfect. We could always look at improving, but anything that's been brought to the board has gone through a process where staff did an RFP, RFQ bid, went through the process, then it brought the recommendation to the board, making sure they were qualified. Any amendments, I just didn't sign off and it got implemented. Any amendments related to changing in scope of work or extended timelines came to the board for approval. And that's why it was brought, for no other reason other than the project's taking longer, or we found lead on the ground, in the dirt, in a pipe from asbestos. Whatever it may have been, the amendments are tied to that and the scope of work and no other reason. I really have tried to lead the district with some level of integrity. It may not be what people think, but I know that no matter what I say or do or show, their opinion isn't going to change. But once again, I did say, can we do better? Always, any organization. There's still stuff we're looking at implementing. Some things have taken longer than I would have liked, but I think you'll see that still coming. Transformation numbers, once again, just to highlight, we completed, close out nearly all the outrounding A numbers. You'll see a lot more now if you went on. A lot of them were tied to more recent to AB 300 and all these things we had to open up. Some of the current projects, so you'll see some there and you're like, why do we have so many? Well, some were tied to a lot of AB 300. Compensation growth, safety compliance. We talked about the lead water testing, major projects that we've completed. From crisis to stability, fiscal advisor assigned, removed, and we're less in a year. I think Ms. Gonzalez being in Montebello, you know how long a fiscal advisor can actually sit in a school district. 1 year is actually, I think, in my opinion, unheard of. They're usually there a lot longer. So I think that's a testament to the board's commitment to getting someone out so that you can continue to move forward and focusing on your priorities and without some constraints. Budget was stabilized and we always align to priorities. Are we deficit spending? Yes. But the board approving a 10% reserve total, the 3% plus another 7%, is a testament to your really looking forward to making sure the district is fiscally solvent. I've been through multiple recessions. I've had to make very difficult decisions that people don't want to make. Some people can't make it. It has to be made. And it's not always the best feeling. It doesn't mean you make them without any care or remorse, or not remorse. It's more like you have to make it, but you still feel bad about it. But sometimes it's a matter of keeping the ship from sinking. And then how do you regroup and put it together so you don't get into that situation again? And I think that's where the board is. We have had a lot of carryover funds here and there, some supplemental concentration that sits in the fund balance. You'll see it in the budget. It's not hidden. It says there. And it's not just, hey, it's free money down there now. We still have to spend it the way the LCAP is written, which is why some of that deficit spending is there. We try to spend some of that LCAP money down there. And I know working with Ms. Ibarra kind of will address some of that as well as you move forward. And I know we've talked about setting a goal for eliminating that deficit spending. I mean, I've talked a lot about this. One of the biggest things I think I haven't mentioned, if I didn't mention earlier, staff morale. When I got here versus where it is now, I appreciate Ms. Mahaffey's email. I think that's a testament to where it is in my conversations with staff, visiting sites in the yard, wherever it may be. I think I'm not wrong in saying that morale is very high and very positive, and it's been a very positive forward working relationship with everybody. And just as we move forward, building tomorrow, continue to, work, let me see. What is the stuff we've done? As you know, HVAC, CT, pathways, all the wellness, every school has a wellness center, technology infrastructure, including esports labs. We don't talk about this much, but when Ms. Barbara was here, she focused on writing some grants for electric buses and some grants for installing the plug and charging for those buses, zero emission grants. We're, I think, towards the end of the final stages of the grant. It's just a long process. So hopefully the next couple of years, you'll see zero emission buses and charging stations for them out here as we transition out of our gas operated buses. Athletic support continuous, compensation, attracting and retention talent. The numbers don't lie, they tell the story. Like I said, I think it was important that people understand where we were because we were not in a good place. When I got here, I didn't create it. But I appreciate the board and trusting me and working with me and implementing your vision and mission and changing that here. As we look ahead, I just kind of mentioned it 5 years ago, standing before this board, our community with confidence seemed impossible. Confidence from our community. Today, we speak with pride in what we've accomplished together and excitement for the opportunities ahead. We have a strong foundation here. I think there's we've restored trust and transparency. We commit to continue, your commitment to continue. It was mentioned that whatever happens in the selection process, the board wants to continue with their current vision, mission, and the direction they're headed. And I think together we will succeed, all of you working with everyone as we have and continuing that open dialogue with everyone. I do want to thank all the employees who kind of stuck with us in difficult times. I know it's not always easy, but I know all of you appreciate it as the board and myself and my team. Accountability, it's one of the things I think that always stuck with me as I was hired is accountability. Accountability is a scary word for a lot of people, even for myself. Because obviously you're going to be held to a certain standard. But I also, as I mentioned to all of you and my team, and talking even to some union individuals, if we're going to hold people accountable, then we need to know what we're expecting of them. So we can't hold you accountable if we don't tell you what we're expecting of you. So that's been one of our biggest pushes this year, is setting that expectation. So we ensure people then that's how we can hold them accountable to it. In the next 5 years, obviously continue to focus on your mission and vision and how you move the Bassett Unified School District forward. I have, like I mentioned before, I love Bassett. One of the things, some people heard me say, I have actually had family go through Bassett. They talk about, when they went through Olympians and how great they appreciated the education here. And that's all I wanted to do, is provide a quality education for our community. This community is a reflection or resembles my family. I always say the students could be my cousins, nieces, nephews, brothers, sisters. They really could. The parents can be my aunts and uncles here. And that's one of the things that I really attracted me to Bassett, and really reasons why I do have such a big heart for Bassett, the community, and everybody else. So with that, thank you. I think, like I said, it was important for me to kind of maybe end with the state of the district, where we were and where we are now after 5 years. So thank you.
Thank you.
Like I said before, you walked into a hot mess. And it took you only 5 years to fix it. 5 years ago, our meetings were contentious, screaming, security guards escorting people out. We had just a mess. And today we have people talking about the good and celebrating and talking about how happy they are. And that is the biggest thing. And you talked about morale. My brother's been a teacher in the district for 100 years, and he's got comments about all the superintendents. But whenever you talk to him, he calls me, he gets to say he talked to you, because that means a lot, because he's never been like that with yes. But with you, I think there's an incredible respect. Don't leave. No, we talked about this. You said you wouldn't leave, you'd retire. But in 5 years, a 28% staff increase over 5 years is incredible. We've still got a way to go, but it is outstanding that you show them that respect, that you supported all of that. There was never any pushback. Increasing an hourly rate and stipends that are higher than my district, I'll come here for that. Not the salary, but the stipends and hourly. In only 5 years. I'd say that is probably the most remarkable part. I remember what a mess we were in. And I don't watch or listen to social media enough, I guess, these last couple of weeks or months, because I knew some of that stuff, but I don't know the rest. And I don't want to, because all I know is that it's only been 5 years. And that is a great list of things that we've gotten through. And that's thanks to your leadership. You're quiet, unassuming, very shy at times. Leadership. Thank you.
Any further comments?
I would like to say yes, definitely. You inherited this, and I profusely said over and over, you did it without anybody losing their jobs. I know we went a couple of rounds when I wanted it this way. But I had to understand, and this is where I say, you were so helpful. You've taught me to look outside the box and think, okay, what about this? And the word strategic team, we have to, okay. But yes, when I first came here, and I was addressing the board on the facilities, I had narrowed down that Delterra contract and said, no, this isn't right, this isn't right. and whatever not, and eventually it came to a realization, no, that contract was not a good contract, and everything else. And so the steps that were taken, the support that you got to get this all done, it's really amazing. It's really great. I'm glad we are in a better place. And I said, no, we don't want to see you leave, but we do know that there's a district out there that needs you. And I will never forget. Yeah, we're in a much better place than we were, and I will never forget at the aquatic opening, you said when people asked you why Bassett, because it is the best was your answer. And we are the best. Our size is what makes us so strong. And as I mentioned earlier, the best thing we can do to continue your legacy is just continue on that path forward. Stay focused and knowing that students come first, respecting that, yes, it takes everybody. I've always said it takes a village, our teachers, staff. We have to appreciate the work that they do for our students. So let's keep them up there. They are a part of the process. So it's all been great. I appreciate getting this, and I'm sorry that the comments are out there, but I think we as a board need to be able to squash it also, because it is, when those comments do come out, it is a reflection. Well, it comes back to supposedly the poor leadership of this board. And this board, we follow, we work together, and that's how we got to where we've gotten. So I do appreciate and I do thank you tremendously for all that you've done.
Any further comments? Ms. Rivera?
Go ahead. Yeah, I just, thank you for addressing, some concerns that might have been out there. But you got students to come and speak on the amazing experiences that they're having here in Bassett. And that's a great feat, because I know that they don't like to do that. I know that they would rather not have to, but they believe in this district, in themselves, in their educators, that they're willing to come and stand up for it, no matter what anyone says, because they are a testament to everything that you've done here. And I do believe that it is because you are out there and you basically break bread with them, that they feel comfortable to come and speak up and say, no, Bassett maybe might have been rough around the edges a few years ago, but right now we're good, we're happy. And that just makes me so proud to watch those students come and speak up, because just, addressing that, that they love their community, they love their schools, they love their staff, their educators. It's just, it's just unheard of, trust me, unheard of. So thank you.
Well, I've been here a long, long time. And I've seen it go up and I've seen it go down. But what you have done here is bring a whole community together. Students, parents, teachers, staff, everybody together, which has not been done in such a long time. And you could see by the kids speaking out of their experience with confidence, the parents coming out in Spanish or whatever language to speak about you and what the district is and what the high school is. It just shows what remarkable job you have done in building the team that you have built. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing all that you've done. And like I said, all my kids, I've had 6 kids go through Bassett. The last one graduated in 2012, the first one in 98. So they've been here for a long time. The middle one has just had his 25-year reunion, graduated in 2000. But, it was amazing. They had a great time. They loved it. And that's why I sit on this board, because they had a good time. they've learned a lot in the school. They still remember the teachers they've had and the impact they did on their education. And two of my kids were special ed, but they were able to take honors and classes, whatever they, you know, because they weren't told, no, you can't do it because you can't do this, or no, they were encouraged. And that's what's happening now. The teachers are encouraging the students to push themselves, to reach for that golden ring, you know, whatever they need to do. And that's, and you could see that right here. And we haven't had a full building of happy people celebrating in such a long time. We've had it full, but not very happy. And naysayers, we're always gonna find, and negative people, we're always gonna find. But by doing this and seeing the community is gonna help us spread the word out and say, no, Bassett's not bad. You know, it's a great district, it's a great school, it's small, it's more personal, and that's what we need, and that's what we're gonna be doing. And continue doing with the community, especially that group of ladies and gentlemen that call themselves Bassett Soyo. They will continue spreading the word, and all of those were a part of that group. So, thank you. And thank you for and thank you for keeping Debbie Dill away only for 1 year here, because their plan was to keep her another year out of our pocket, you know, coming out of our. But you helped it, and she was able to leave early.
Yeah, he
So
didn't have
thank
the
you.
knowledge. It wouldn't help.
Everyone said it, you know, just I appreciate you wrapping everything up so nicely in a bow, for confronting the misleading statements and kind of like nipping that in the bud. And I agree, I think we need to do better. You know, just as these comments come up, really just addressing them, really revamping our outreach. You know, looking at Rialto, we talked about this. They have a really nice like outreach program out there. Granted, I think they have like a PR office of I think 4 or something. So I don't got that, but yeah, he has all the nice things now.
But he also has a zillion students.
But this was great, and I'm very happy that, you know, the state of the district appears to be good, and we're in a really good direction. So just for everything in totality, everything, thank you.
We've been working a lot of Hallmark, so this is like a Thanksgiving miracle. That the community all came to celebrate you.
We have closed session. Item number 1 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Item 2 is conference with legal counsel, potential litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. Item number 3 is public employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. And item number 4 is public employee appointment. We'll go into the closed session at 9:32 p.m.
Cute, but
All right,
still.
we're good.
We'll reconvene at a closed session at 10:42 PM. Report action taken at a closed session, Madam Clerk.
Yes. In closed session on a motion by board member Mr. Cimental and the second by board member Ms. Rivera, and a vote of 5 members approve, 0 members oppose, 0 members abstain. The governing board took action to approve the appointment of Dr. Julie Harrison as interim superintendent effective December 1st, 2025.
Any words?
Yeah, actually, I would just like to say thank you, Board President Cimental and Board of Education, for your vote of confidence in me. As a wise man, Dr. Alvarez once said just a few moments ago, opportunities will always present themselves, and it's important to take advantage of those. So just recognizing Dr. Alvarez, who's led our district with calm, kindness, and just steady skill, is a way that I would like to put it. He's left a lasting positive impact on our district that is going to continue on. And the tributes we witnessed tonight really reflected everything that he has been able to accomplish for our community, for Bassett. And to the board, I thank you for trusting me to guide us during this transition, because it can be scary. I take that responsibility very seriously, and I am committed to ensuring stability while we keep students our focus and learning. As Board President Cimental said, just leading with the spirit of love and values is what's been guiding this district for some time now. And you see the changes that you've been able to accomplish as a board. So to our staff here in the district, over the past year and a half, I've come to really appreciate their heart and professionalism and the dedication they have to our students and our families. So I'm proud to work alongside of them and looking forward to partnering and continuing the work that we have ahead. And just thank you again for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will continue. Before we do, the hour appointed by Board Bylaw 9/323 for the adjournment of the meeting having arrived. I move that the board meeting be extended until all items appearing on the agenda are attended to. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Stanzioni. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, the motion carried. Thank you. We'll move on to discussion action item. Item number 1, cancellation of the regular board meeting of Tuesday, December 16, 2025. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve canceling the regular scheduled board meeting for Tuesday, December 16, 2025. I'd like to make a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Flores. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion carries. Consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any matters under consent that a member would like to be removed? Ms. Flores.
I would like, under human resources, number 2, number 14. Be removed.
Be removed? You know exactly what that is.
Yeah.
Although we really
I can
should.
feel it. I can feel it.
I'm all looking.
I know.
He stays, he stays, he stays, he stays.
I don't vote.
Like,
Do you see my motion? Do you all motion? 2 seconds over there.
Hand us his resignation so we can be like, it's not accepted, actually, you're stuck here.
Do you feel all of
Been feeling it, yes.
Is there a motion to approve the consent with the soup's resignation? In the mix in there? Ms. Gonzalez, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Flores on the consent calendar. Roll call vote.
Okay, I guess.
I guess. The motion carries.
Okay.
And here we go. The next regular board meeting is December 9th, 2025. Adjourn regular board meeting of November 18th, 2025. I would like to make a motion that this Board of Education stand in gratitude to Dr. Alejandro Alvarez. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Flores? Roll call vote.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. We stand adjourned in gratitude at 10:47. My dyslexia, get out. Goodbye.